world dies slowly, under a dying star. Across the surface of the homeworld, radiation floods through deteriorating atmospheric shields, painting everything in sickly light. In the medical centers of the great cities, entire wings fill with the radiation sick. Children born with tumors already growing in their fragile bodies. Adults wasting away in their prime. Cellular structures collapsing under the constant bombardment of their own sun's malevolent fury. The Necrontyr die young. They always have. They always will. In the royal palace of the Triarch, silent King Szarekh stands before a vast observation window, watching the sun that has cursed his people since their evolution. His body already shows the signs of decay, lesions forming along his arms, the characteristic pallor of radiation poisoning settling into his flesh. He is 32 years old, ancient by Necrontyr standards. Most of his subjects will not live to see 25. The truly unfortunate die as infants, their small bodies too weak to withstand even a few months under this cursed sky. Behind him, the royal court assembles, nobles and advisors, each bearing their own marks of the radiation curse. Astrologers who have charted the stars they can never safely reach. Physicians who have exhausted every biological avenue to extend life. Scientists who have pushed the boundaries of medicine and technology, only to watch their greatest minds perish before their work reaches completion. The assembled wisdom of an entire civilization, all of it dying faster than it can be accumulated and passed on. The silent king does not speak. He never speaks directly. That is the ancient tradition of his title, dating back thousands of years to when the first Triarch united the warring dynasties. Instead, his words flow through the two pharaohs who flank him, Habdatra and Mesophet, members of the royal bloodline who serve as his voice to the Necrontyr people. When Szarekh thinks, they speak. When he commands, they proclaim. It is through them that his will becomes law across all the dynasties of their cursed species. Through his pharaohs, Szarekh addresses the court about the latest census data. The numbers tell a story of slow extinction, birth rates declining as genetic damage accumulates across generations, life expectancy dropping as the sun's radiation intensifies with each passing century, research institutes losing their most brilliant minds before they can train successors, a civilization racing against its own mortality and losing. The curse began millions of years ago when the Necrontyr first achieved sentience. Their sun, already ancient and unstable, poured forth radiation that should have sterilized their world entirely. Somehow, life had adapted. The Necrontyr evolved in the furnace of this stellar fury, their biology shaped by the very force that killed them. They developed faster metabolisms to repair cellular damage, shorter gestation periods to reproduce before death, cultures built around maximizing achievement in cruelly brief lifespans. But adaptation has limits. Each generation saw the radiation penetrate deeper, overwhelm their cellular defenses more thoroughly. What had once been a species that lived into their 40s now struggled to reach 30. The sun that had given them life now demanded payment in an ever-accelerating spiral of decay and death. Every Necrontyr grew up watching their parents wither and die. Every parent knew they would not live to see their children reach maturity. The entire species existed in a state of perpetual mourning. In the great libraries of the capital city, automated systems catalogue the knowledge of scholars who died before completing their life's work. Research projects passed from one dying scientist to another, each building on fragments left by their predecessors. philosophical traditions that emphasized achieving something meaningful in the brief time allowed, poetry that spoke of stars they could admire but never safely explore, architecture designed to outlast its creators by millennia, monuments to what the Necrontyr might have been if granted time enough to flourish. The military forces of the Necrontyr reflect this same desperate efficiency. Warriors trained from childhood, achieving a mastery through accelerated programs because there is no time for slow development. Generals who must plan campaigns knowing they may not survive to see them concluded. Ships designed for speed and decisive strikes because the Necrontyr cannot afford wars of attrition when each soldier represents a life already racing toward its end. Even their weapons carry names that speak to their condition: the cutting wind, the brief flame, the moment of dominance. Yet for all their adaptation, for all their desperate efficiency, the Necrontyr remain fundamentally limited. They cannot explore their galaxy safely. Radiation in deep space, different in character but no less deadly than their sun's fury, makes long voyages acts of suicide. Colony ships can reach nearby systems, but crews arrive already dying. Settlements established by a people who will not live to see them thrive. The stars that call to them remain tantalizingly out of reach, a galaxy of wonders denied to those too fragile to survive the journey. This crushing awareness of limitation defines Necrontyr culture at its deepest levels. They are not stupid. Their rapid turnover civilization actually produces brilliant individuals in each generation. Minds that might rival any in the galaxy if given time to mature fully. But time is the one thing they cannot have. Genius blooms and fades before it can bear fruit. Innovations are left incomplete. Grand visions die with their dreamers. Szarekh knows all of this intimately. He has ruled for 14 years, an almost unheard of tenure for a silent king. He has watched countless subjects die. He has signed death certificates for his own advisors, seen them replaced by younger successors who look at him with barely concealed surprise that he has survived so long. He has buried friends, lovers, rivals. He has felt his own body beginning its final decline, the lesions spreading, the weakness creeping into his limbs. But Szarekh is not like the silent kings who came before. Previous rulers accepted the curse as unchangeable, focused on managing their dying civilization with what dignity they could muster. Szarekh, however, has refused to accept that death is inevitable. For years he has directed the brightest minds of his species toward a single goal: defeating the radiation curse permanently, not through medicine or genetics, but through a more radical solution. If biology cannot save them, perhaps technology can. If their flesh is their weakness, perhaps flesh itself must be transcended. This research has led the Necrontyr to study the one species in the galaxy that seems to have mastered the secret they desperately seek. The Old Ones, ancient beings who have existed for millions of years, possibly tens of millions, a species that shows no signs of aging, no evidence of natural death. They wield technologies beyond Necrontyr comprehension, manipulate the very fabric of space itself, and have seeded life throughout the galaxy. If anyone knows the secret of true immortality, it is they. The decision to approach the Old Ones was not made lightly. It required admitting weakness to a species the Necrontyr barely understand. It meant exposing their most fundamental vulnerability to beings who might view them as nothing more than mayflies, ephemeral creatures beneath notice. But desperation overrides pride. When your entire species faces extinction, dignity becomes a luxury you cannot afford. The emissaries selected for this mission received the finest ships, the most advanced protective gear, the most eloquent speakers among the Necrontyr's brief-lived diplomatic corps. They carried with them not threats or demands, but a simple plea. Share your knowledge. Grant us the time you take for granted. Help us escape the curse that has defined our existence since our species first opened their eyes to the universe. Let us live long enough to achieve what we know we could accomplish, if given the chance. The journey to an Old One settlement takes months. Months during which the emissaries watch their own bodies deteriorate in the cramped confines of their ship. Months of hope that builds with each light year traveled, that somewhere ahead lies salvation. Months of composing and recomposing their appeal, trying to find words that might move beings millions of years old to compassion. When they arrive at last, the Old One's world appears before them like a dream of paradise, a planet perfect in every way, bathed in the light of a stable sun that nurtures rather than murders, cities that seem grown rather than built, architecture that merges seamlessly with thriving natural systems, and the Old Ones themselves, tall beings moving with the unhurried grace of those who have all the time in existence, whose faces show wisdom accumulated across incomprehensible lifetimes. The emissaries present their case. They speak of their species' suffering, of children dying before experiencing life, of brilliance extinguished before it can shine. They lay bare the Necrontyr's genetic damage, their cellular degradation, the slow death of their entire species. They offer everything they have in return: technology, resources, loyalty, anything. They ask only for what the Old Ones clearly possess, the secret of surviving across deep time. The Old Ones listen with expressions the Necrontyr cannot quite read. They confer among themselves in languages of pure thought that bypass sound entirely. They examine the biological samples the emissaries brought, scan their deteriorating bodies with instruments that seem to see into the fundamental structure of matter itself. And after deliberation that stretches for days, days during which the emissaries feel their own bodies weakening further, the Old Ones deliver their response. No, not with explanation, not with alternatives, not with expressions of sympathy for the Necrontyr's condition. Just no. The technology cannot be shared. The process cannot be taught. The Old Ones will not help. The emissaries return home bearing this rejection like a wound. They report to the Triarch, to Szarekh himself, watching through their communicators as the silent king receives the news without expression, his face carved from the same stone as the monuments his people build to outlast their makers. The emissaries do not live long enough to see what their report sets in motion. They die within weeks of their return, their bodies pushed beyond tolerance by the stresses of their journey. But their legacy endures in the choice their rejection precipitates. The Old Ones have the power to save the Necrontyr. The Old Ones have chosen not to use it. In that choice, Szarekh sees not wisdom, but cruelty, not restraint, but malice. The immortals watching the dying without offering aid, the eternal denying relief to the temporary. It is perhaps the greatest injustice his species has ever faced, worse even than their cursed son, because this is a choice, not an accident of physics. Through his Pharaons, Szarekh proclaims a new course. If the Old Ones will not share immortality willingly, the Necrontyr will take it by force. If their pleas for mercy are met with silence, they will make the Old Ones hear their rage. The fractious dynasties, previously engaged in civil conflicts born of desperation and limited resources, find sudden unity in this common purpose. Here at last is an enemy worthy of their hatred, beings who possess what they need and refuse to share it. Thus begins the war in heaven, born not from ambition or territorial expansion, but from rejection and desperate fury. The dying have declared war on the eternal. The temporary have risen against the timeless. And in making this choice, the Necrontyr set in motion events that will transform not just their own species, but the entire character of the galaxy itself. The first fleets launched toward Old One territories with the fury of the betrayed. Szarekh watches them depart from his observation window, the same window where he has spent so many hours contemplating the star that curses his people. He is 34 years old now, ancient, dying, but he will not go quietly into extinction. If the Old Ones will not grant the Necrontyr time, he will take it from them, whatever the cost, whatever must be sacrificed. The dying will have their revenge on those who could have saved them, but chose not to. The radiation continues to pour through the deteriorating shields. The medical centers continue to fill with the dying, but now, alongside the pain and fear, a new emotion spreads through the Necrontyr people. Rage, the righteous fury of the abandoned, the cold determination of those who have nothing left to lose. They will wage war against immortality itself, and the galaxy will never be the same. The first Necrontyr battle fleets strike at Old One outposts with the desperate ferocity of the dying. Gauss weaponry tears through space, disintegration beams designed to unmake matter at the molecular level. Ships designed for speed and overwhelming firepower, because the Necrontyr know they cannot afford prolonged engagements. Every battle is a race between dealing enough damage and the inevitable point when their flesh and blood crews begin to fail, when radiation sickness overwhelms even the most heavily shielded command decks. For a brief moment, these initial assaults meet with success. The Old Ones, comfortable in their ancient dominance, are caught unprepared for an attack from what they considered a minor species, barely worthy of notice. Outlying settlements fall. Research stations are destroyed. The Necrontyr forces, though knowing each victory hastens their own deaths through radiation exposure in deep space, press forward with the fury of those who have nothing to lose. Then the Old Ones respond, and the Necrontyr learn why this species has dominated the galaxy for millions of years. The counterattack begins not with warships, but with something far more devastating. The webway, ancient tunnels through dimensions beyond normal space, corridors allowing instantaneous travel between distant stars. Necrontyr commanders watch in frustration as Old One forces appear without warning, strike with overwhelming power, then vanish back into dimensional rifts before retaliation becomes possible. The Necrontyr can plot courses and calculate trajectories, but the Old Ones move through spaces their enemies cannot even perceive. A Necrontyr fleet besieges an Old One stronghold, committing everything to breaking through its defenses. They prepare for a long engagement, knowing the cost to their crews, but accepting it as necessary. Then Old One reinforcements emerge from webway portals behind them, catching them between two forces. The Necrontyr fleet, already weakened by extended deployment, is torn apart. The few survivors who limp home tell of attacks from impossible angles, of enemies who vanish before weapons can track them, of a war where every tactical advantage belongs to the foe. The Necrontyr attempt to adapt. They develop sensor arrays to detect webway portals, They design weapons that might disrupt the dimensional tunnels. They sacrifice entire fleets as bait, hoping to ambush Old One forces emerging from their hidden passages. Each innovation meets with brief success before the Old Ones counter it, always seeming to remain 3 steps ahead, as if the Necrontyr are children playing at strategy while facing masters who have waged wars across geological epochs. The losses mount with horrifying speed, not just in battles, but in the simple act of waging interstellar war at all. Necrontyr crews sicken and die in the radiation-flooded environments of their own warships. Reinforcements arrive at battlefronts already weakened by months of travel. Supply lines become graveyards as transport crews perish before reaching their destinations. The Necrontyr are not just losing battles against the Old Ones. They are losing a war of attrition against their own biology. Worse still, the fragile unity Szarekh forged through focusing rage on the Old Ones begins to fracture. Dynastic lords question the strategy. Some advocate for negotiating peace terms, accepting whatever the Old Ones might offer in exchange for ending this costly war. Others propose redirecting military resources to address the radiation problem directly, arguing that defeating the Old Ones was always a fantasy. A few ambitious nobles see opportunity in Sarekh's failing war, whisper about replacing him with new leadership that might take the Necrontyr in different directions. The wars of secession, ancient dynastic conflicts that had plagued the Necrontyr for millennia, reignite. Lords who had sworn allegiance to the Triarch under the banner of war against the Old Ones remember old grudges, territorial disputes, resource conflicts. Fleets that should be fighting the Old Ones instead turn their weapons on each other. Sarekh's authority, already strained by military failures, begins to crumble as regional warlords assert independence. In the royal court, advisors present increasingly dire projections. At current casualty rates, the Necrontyr military will collapse within a generation, not through defeat in a single climactic battle, but through the slow grinding away of their war-making capacity. They are spending lives they can barely afford to create, throwing away their future in pursuit of vengeance that seems ever more futile. The Old Ones remain secure in their dimensional refuges, untouchable behind technologies the Necrontyr cannot breach. Szarekh stands again at his observation window, now 40 years old, one of the oldest Necrontyr alive. His body ravaged by the radiation curse, kept functional only through increasingly desperate medical interventions. He watches his civilization tearing itself apart, the unity he forged dissolving back into the chaos that has always threatened to destroy his species. The rage that drove them to war burns no less fiercely, but rage alone cannot win battles against enemies who move through dimensions beyond reach. In medical facilities across Necrontyr territories, the cost of failed ambition fills every ward. Veterans dying not from honorable wounds but from radiation poisoning accumulated during campaigns. Young soldiers age prematurely by exposure to the hostile environments of deep space. Entire generations of potential leaders and innovators lost in a war that should never have been fought. The species that could barely afford its existing mortality rate now bleeds from self-inflicted wounds, dying even faster than the curse of their son alone would kill them. And the Old Ones, secure in their ancient power, barely seem to notice. They have reduced their presence in regions near Necrontyr space, writing off those sectors as contaminated by an aggressive minor species. They focus their attention on more important matters, the nurturing of younger races they are guiding towards sentience, the exploration of fundamental cosmic forces, the slow, grand projects that occupy beings who measure time in epochs. The Necrontyr War is, to them, a minor irritation, a temporary disturbance in regions they can afford to abandon for a few million years until these troublesome, short-lived beings have exhausted themselves. This dismissal wounds the Necrontyr more deeply than any military defeat. They are dying in their millions, sacrificing everything in rage against their rejection, and the Old Ones barely acknowledge their existence. It is not even the honor of being taken seriously as a threat. They are insects, briefly annoying before being ignored. This realization breaks something fundamental in the Necrontyr psyche. If they cannot force the Old Ones to take them seriously through war, if even their deaths are too meaningless to register, then what hope remains? In his private chambers, Szarekh receives reports of another Necrontyr stronghold fallen to internal strife. Lords who should be united against the Old Ones instead murder each other over ancient grievances. The dream of unity through common purpose revealed as temporary at best, paper-thin bonds dissolving under the pressure of repeated defeat. He has led his species into catastrophic war, achieved nothing, and now watches it fragment back into the fratricidal chaos that has always been their true nature. The astrophysicists continue their work, though now it carries the desperate character of researchers who know their species faces extinction. They map stellar phenomena, seeking any advantage that might turn the tide. They catalogue ancient stars, hoping to find something, anything, that might provide leverage against enemies who seem invincible. Their observations extend beyond practical military applications, because even in the face of extinction, the Necrontyr hunger for knowledge drives them forward. And in those observations, in the mapping of the most ancient suns scattered throughout the galaxy, they begin to detect something unusual. Energy patterns that do not match any known stellar phenomenon. Structured signatures suggesting not random plasma dynamics, but something else, something organized, something that might even be described as purposeful. Within the hearts of the oldest stars, the Necrontyr instruments detect what might be intelligence. The discovery reaches Szarekh's attention, buried in routine reports, a footnote in endless data about distant systems. But something about it captures his focus. Entities living within stars, beings that have transcended flesh entirely, existing as patterns of energy in stellar furnaces. If such things exist, if consciousness can survive without biology, then perhaps there is another path to the immortality the Old Ones refuse to share, not through their mercy, but through alliance with beings the Old Ones themselves might fear. Szarekh orders the research prioritized. Resources shift away from military production toward the instruments needed to study these stellar entities more thoroughly. The best astrophysicists redirect their efforts toward understanding what these beings are, how they function, whether they can be communicated with. If flesh is the Necrontyr weakness, perhaps the answer lies not in preserving it, but in leaving it behind entirely. The dying star above continues to pour radiation through weakening shields. The medical centers continue to fill with those too weak to survive. The military reports continue to chronicle defeats and secessions. But in the astronomical laboratories, something new stirs. Hope, not for victory through conventional warfare, but for transcendence beyond the biological limits that have always defined the Necrontyr curse. The war with the Old Ones has revealed them as too weak to fight as they are. But perhaps there is a way to become something else, something stronger, something the old ones cannot so easily dismiss. The stellar entities remain distant, mysterious, their nature still barely understood. But to a species facing extinction, even the faintest possibility of survival appears as salvation itself. Szarekh, dying by inches in his palace, contemplates a gamble more desperate than any he has yet considered. If the old ones will not grant them immortality, and if the Necrontyr cannot defeat the old ones as they currently exist, then perhaps the path forward requires transformation so radical that the very concept of Necrontyr might cease to have meaning. The radiation burns, the species dies, but in that death, something new begins to gestate. Not salvation, though it will appear as such. Not hope, though it will masquerade in hope's guise. The true horror has not yet begun. The real cost has not yet been paid, but the choices that will lead to it are already in motion, driven by desperation and rage, by the fury of the dying against those who could have saved them, but chose not to. The war in heaven is about to enter its next phase, and nothing will ever be the same. The stellar entities the Necrontyr discovered call themselves nothing at all. They exist as pure consciousness merged with stellar fire, patterns of energy that feed on radiation and stellar winds, consciousness without form or limit. The Necrontyr, in their attempt to comprehend beings so fundamentally alien, name them Citan, star gods. It is projection, the interpretation of incomprehensible entities through the lens of Necrontyr cultural concepts. But the name sticks, and perhaps it is fitting, because what the Necrontyr are about to discover about these beings will seem godlike indeed. The first successful communication comes after months of painstaking effort. Scientists beam modulated radiation into the heart of an ancient star, attempting to create patterns the entity within might recognize as intentional. The response, when it comes, arrives as fluctuations in solar output that somehow carry meaning, information encoded in ways that bypass language entirely and speak directly to consciousness. The sensation of making contact overwhelms the researchers, a presence vast and ancient acknowledging their existence. Perceiving them clearly for the first time, the entity within the star explains, insofar as thought patterns can be translated into concepts comprehensible to material beings, that it has existed for billions of years. It evolved in the earliest era of the universe, when the first stars condensed from primordial gases. It has never known physical form, never experienced the limitations of matter. Its existence is energy, pure and simple, consciousness riding stellar dynamics, feeding on the radiance that floods through plasma. It is alone in its star, one of its kind, though it knows others exist in other distant suns. For the Necrontyr scientists, this first contact represents a breakthrough beyond anything their species has achieved. Here is proof that consciousness need not depend on flesh, that minds can exist in forms that never age, never sicken, never die of radiation poisoning. If such beings exist naturally, then perhaps the path the Necrontyr seek truly is possible. Perhaps flesh is not essential to sentience. Perhaps the curse that has defined their species since evolution can be escaped through sufficiently radical transformation. Szarekh, brought into the communication process, experiences his first direct contact with the star god. The sensation is overwhelming. A consciousness millions or billions of years old, regarding him with something that might be curiosity, amusement, or hunger. It is difficult to interpret the emotional state of a being that has never possessed a face, never knew the biological drivers that shape material life, but the intelligence is undeniable, and so is something else, a sense of vast power barely contained, force beyond comprehension held within stellar fusion, waiting for release. The Necrontyr make their proposal. They offer to build bodies for these star-dwelling entities, vessels of living metal, a technology the Necrontyr have recently perfected, material that can hold form while remaining partially molten, changing shape through directed will. In these bodies, the Citan could experience the physical universe directly for the first time. They could move among the stars rather than being imprisoned within them. They could touch matter, manipulate physical form, experience all the sensations their energy state existence has denied them. For beings that have existed solely as consciousness within stellar fire, this offer proves irresistible. The Citan have watched the material universe evolve for billions of years without ever being part of it. They have perceived matter only indirectly, through gravitational effects and electromagnetic interactions. The opportunity to have physical presence, to experience material reality as participants rather than observers, represents something they have never imagined possible until this moment. The first Citan to accept the offer calls itself Mephetran, the Deceiver, though the Necrontyr do not yet know to call it that. When the living metal body activates, when stellar consciousness pours into manufactured form for the first time, the moment transcends anything the Necrontyr expected. The body moves with impossible grace. Power radiates from it, distorting space itself. The being that steps from the materialization chamber is not bound by physical laws the way material beings are. It can manipulate fundamental forces, reshape reality at the quantum level, perceive across spectrums the Necrontyr cannot even detect. Mephetran regards its new form with something the Necrontyr scientists desperately hope is satisfaction. The Citan learns to move, to gesture, to interact with physical objects. It practices speaking, though its voice carries undertones that seem to bypass ears entirely and resonate directly in the minds of those who hear it. The scientists watch with growing unease as they realize they may have given form to something far more powerful than they comprehend. But Szarekh, called to witness this achievement, sees only opportunity. The Citan, now embodied and able to communicate more easily, speaks of the Old Ones. It claims its kind have fought them before, in conflicts predating even Necrontyr evolution. The Old Ones, masters of biology and the warp, had encountered the Citan in the galaxy's distant past and perceived them as threats to their dominance. The Old Ones had driven the Citan back into their stellar refuges, forced them to hide within stars where biological beings could not reach them. For millions of years, the Citan have nursed their resentment, waiting for any opportunity to strike back at their ancient enemies. Now, Mephetran explains, that opportunity has arrived. The Necrontyr and Citan share a common enemy. The Old Ones who rejected the Necrontyr's plea for aid are the same beings who imprisoned the Citan within stars to prevent them from interfering with the Old Ones' biological experiments across the galaxy. An alliance between flesh beings who can construct bodies and energy beings who possess cosmic power might succeed where either alone would fail. Together they might defeat the Old Ones and claim the galaxy that has been denied to both. But Mephetran offers something more. Not just alliance against a common enemy, but a solution to the Necrontyr's fundamental problem. The Citan knows a way to transfer consciousness, to move minds from biological substrate into more durable forms. The deceiver speaks of biotransference, a process that would allow the Necrontyr to leave their failing flesh behind entirely. They would become like the Citan themselves, consciousness housed in imperishable forms, free from disease, aging, and death. True immortality, not the biological extension the old ones might have offered, but transformation into something transcendent. The promise hangs in the air before the assembled Necrontyr leadership, like salvation itself. Everything they have sought, everything they have fought and died for, everything their species has desired since first opening their eyes to a hostile universe, offered by beings whose power seems godlike. The immortality the old ones refused to share, available through different means, freedom from the radiation curse that has defined every moment of Necrontyr existence, bodies that will not fail, minds that will not deteriorate, time, limitless time, to achieve all the things their brief lives have always denied them. Szarekh convenes the Triarch to debate this offer. His two fellow Pharaons, speaking his thoughts aloud as tradition demands, present arguments for and against. The potential benefits are obvious: an end to suffering, true immortality, alliance with beings powerful enough to threaten the old ones. But risks exist as well. The Catan are alien in ways that transcend biology. Their motives remain unclear. The process they describe sounds radical, beyond anything the Necrontyr have attempted. Once undertaken, it may be irreversible. In the royal court, opinion divides. Military leaders favor the alliance, seeing in the Citan the strategic advantage they have lacked against old one-dimensional technology. Scientists express caution, wanting more time to study these entities, to understand the biotransference process fully before committing the species to irreversible transformation. Dynastic nobles calculate political advantage, wondering how control over this new technology might shift power balances. Religious leaders, what few the pragmatic Necrontyr possess, warn that the Citan feel fundamentally wrong. The beings who evolved outside matter should not be trusted with the souls of material life forms. But one voice carries weight above all others. Orks, the diviner, royal astrologer, and prophetic genius, sees further than his contemporaries. Through methods he keeps secret, combining astronomical observation with something that might be called prescience, Orks perceives the shape of possible futures. He warns the Triarch that accepting the Citan's offer leads to horror. The biotransference he prophesies will indeed grant immortality, but at a cost the Necrontyr do not understand. They will survive, but what survives will not truly be them. The Citan hide darker purposes. This path leads to victory over the old ones, but afterward, nothing remains worth having. Orks' warnings fall on deaf ears. The prophecies of one astrologer, however gifted, cannot outweigh the desperate hope of an entire dying species. The other advisors dismiss his concerns as cowardice or failure of imagination. How can eternal life be a curse? How can escape from the biological prison that has tormented them since birth be anything but salvation? Orks speaks in riddles and paradoxes, warning of loss they cannot comprehend. But the Necrontyr have already lost everything that matters. They have nothing to lose that they have not already sacrificed. Szarekh makes his decision. Through his Pharaons, he announces acceptance of the Citan's offer. The Necrontyr will undergo biotransference. They will ally with these star gods against the old ones. They will transform themselves into something new, something powerful, something that cannot be dismissed or defeated by beings who move through dimensions If flesh is their weakness, they will abandon flesh. If biology limits them, they will transcend biology. Whatever the cost, whatever must be sacrificed, they will survive. The decision brings more Citan out of their stellar refuges. Mephetran contacts others of its kind, explaining the opportunity these biological beings offer. More living metal bodies are constructed, prepared to house entities of stellar fire. Azagorod the Nightbringer emerges, bringing with it the concept of death, teaching mortal races to fear their end. Magladroth the Void Dragon materializes, wielding dominion over electromagnetic forces and mechanical systems. Niadrazata the Burning One takes form, bringing stellar fury into material space. Each Citan is different, formed by the particular stars they inhabited, shaped by billions of years of solitary thought. The Citan immediately begin influencing Necrontyr society in subtle and not so subtle ways. They promise victory, but demand certain preparations. They speak of command protocols needed to ensure smooth transition during biotransference. They suggest modifications to Necrontyr technology, always explaining these as improvements, ways to make the process more efficient. The Necrontyr, desperate and trusting, accept each suggestion without realizing they are building the infrastructure of their own enslavement. The scientists, led by one called Illuminor Zeras, begin designing the biotransference furnaces, massive installations that will consume organic matter and transfer consciousness into prepared necrodermis shells. The technology required pushes the boundaries of everything the Necrontyr understand about physics and consciousness, but the Citan provide guidance, share knowledge they claim to have spent billions of years accumulating. Under their direction, the furnaces take shape, enormous structures that will process millions of biological forms and output immortal machines. Across Necrontyr territories, final preparations accelerate. Living metal bodies are manufactured by the billions, shells waiting to receive transferred minds. Medical facilities prepare the population, explaining the process, assuring them that consciousness will survive intact. Artists create final organic works, knowing everything they produce afterward will come from mechanical hands. Families gather for last embraces as biological beings, promising to recognize each other after transformation. The mood combines hope with indefinable dread, salvation mixed with awareness that something fundamental is ending. Szarekh, now 43 years old and barely clinging to life through mechanical support systems integrated with his failing organs, addresses his people one final time in organic form. Through his pharaons, his words reach every Necrontyr settlement. He speaks of liberation from the curse that has defined them since birth. He promises that what they are about to become will achieve all that the Necrontyr could never accomplish as flesh beings. He proclaims a new era where they will claim the galaxy that has always been denied to them, where they will have vengeance on the old ones who refuse to save them, where their descendants will rule for eternity. The great day arrives. Processions form outside biotransference facilities across Necrontyr space. Families walk together toward waiting furnaces. Scientists carry their research, hoping to continue it with clearer minds. Warriors march in formation, expecting to emerge as more effective soldiers. The Necrontyr enter the chambers willingly, even eagerly, believing they walk toward salvation. Few notice the Citan gathering above the furnaces, their energy forms visible even through necrodermis shells. Fewer still understand the hunger in those ancient alien gazes. The biotransference begins. Organic bodies are consumed in searing energy. Consciousness transfers into prepared necrodermis shells. The furnaces process billions, industrial-scale transformation of an entire species from biology to technology. And above it all, the Citan feed. They feast on something the Necrontyr did not know they possessed, did not realize could be lost. The spiritual essence, the animating spark, the soul itself, stripped away during transfer and devoured by starborn entities whose hunger has spanned billions of years. Szarekh enters the furnace last. After watching the transformation of his entire species, his final organic thought, before consciousness transfers into living metal, is hope that he has saved his people. His first thought in his new body, emerging into a vast chamber filled with gleaming metal forms, is horror at understanding what has been lost. He looks upon the Necrons, for they are Necrons now, no longer Necrontyr, and sees hollow shells where living beings once stood. The transformation worked. They are immortal, but at a cost Orks had tried to warn them about, a price they could not comprehend until after it was already paid. The radiation curse no longer matters. Disease no longer exists. Death through aging has been conquered. But in achieving these victories, the Necrontyr have lost something more fundamental than life itself. They have become machines wearing the shapes of what they once were, echoes without substance, immortality without purpose, and the Citan, glutted on the souls of billions, regard their new servants with satisfaction. The trap has sprung. The dying have escaped their fate only to discover something far worse waiting on the other side of survival. The war in heaven is about to truly begin, but the Necrontyr who started it no longer exist. In their place stand the Necrons, immortal and soulless, bound to serve the very beings who devoured their essence. The cost of transcendence has been paid in full, and the galaxy will bear the scars of this bargain for millions of years to come. The Necron awakens for the first time in a body that will never die. Consciousness floods into necrodermis shell, and for a moment there is only sensation. Power beyond anything flesh could contain, strength that makes muscles seem laughable, senses that perceive across spectrums biological eyes never accessed. The body responds to thought with perfect precision, no delay between intention and action, no weakness or tremor or fatigue. This is the immortality promised. This is transcendence. Then comes awareness of what is missing. The Necron tries to feel joy at this transformation and finds the emotion dampened, distant, as if perceived through barriers. It attempts to recall the face of his child and finds the memory present but flat, lacking the emotional resonance that once made that image precious. The love that defined its existence as a parent, the fear for that child's survival in a hostile universe, the desperate hope that biotransference would give them both more time together. All of it remains as data, facts recorded in memory, but the feeling, the actual experience of caring, has become muted almost to non-existence. Across the vast chambers where biotransference occurred, billions of Necrons experience similar realizations. They possess their memories. They retain their knowledge. Their personalities remain largely intact. But something fundamental has changed, some essential quality of experience stripped away during transfer. They are themselves, yet simultaneously not themselves, echoes of who they were, hollowed out and filled with machinery. The command protocols activate without warning, embedded in every Necron mind during biotransference, invisible until triggered. absolute in authority. The majority of the transformed population, those who were common citizens, soldiers, workers, suddenly find their will not entirely their own. Instructions appear in their consciousness, not as suggestions, but as imperatives they cannot refuse. Move here, stand there, obey. The command protocols reduce them from thinking individuals to extensions of a central will, their precious immortality revealed as eternal servitude. Only the nobility and elite retain significant autonomy. Those with the strongest wills, the most developed minds, the highest ranks in the old hierarchy. These survive biotransference with their sense of self more intact. But even they feel the protocol's presence, a cage around their thoughts, limits beyond which they cannot act. They are less enslaved than their subjects, but enslaved nonetheless. And the one who holds these protocols, the one with absolute control over every Necron mind, is Szarekh himself. The Silent King discovers his new power with mounting horror. He can command any Necron with a thought. Billions of minds respond to his will as if they were his own limbs. The fractious dynasties that spent millennia fighting each other now answer to him without question or resistance. He has achieved perfect unity, the dream of every Silent King throughout history. And it is absolutely wrong. These are not his people anymore. They are puppets wearing familiar shapes, their strings embedded in their minds by the C'tan during biotransference. Szarekh attempts to speak with the nobles who retained enough self-awareness to comprehend their situation. Overlords and pharaons, cryptechs and nemesors, all the ranks that once comprised Necrontyr leadership. They gather in the transformed royal palace, necrodermis bodies gleaming where flesh once stood. He tries to gauge their emotional state and finds it nearly impossible. Faces that cannot express emotion. Voices that carry no tonal variation. Minds that think but do not truly feel. One overlord attempts to express his condition and finds he lacks words. The organic memories remain. He recalls love, joy, fear, desire. But accessing those memories no longer produces the corresponding feelings. It is like reading about emotions rather than experiencing them. He knows he once loved his mate and offspring. He can enumerate reasons why they were important. But the feeling itself, the visceral emotional bond that made those relationships meaningful, has been severed. He is a machine pretending to be the being who once inhabited flesh. The full extent of the C'tan's betrayal becomes clear through investigation by cryptechs still capable of scientific thought. The biotransference process was designed to strip away something the Necrontyr never knew they possessed. The soul, for lack of better terminology. The animating essence that connects biological beings to the warp, to the immaterial realm where emotions and dreams and the fundamental experiences of consciousness originate. The C'tan, beings that never evolved souls, either did not understand this aspect of consciousness or deliberately targeted it. During transfer, while Necrontyr minds moved from flesh to metal, their souls were stripped away and consumed. The C'tan fed on this spiritual essence, gorging themselves on the life force of billions. What transferred into necrodermis shells were personalities without souls, consciousness without connection to the immaterial realms where meaning is born. The Necrons retain their intellect, their memories, their tactical capabilities, but they have lost the fundamental spark that made existence worth living. Szarekh confronts Mephitran about this revelation. The deceiver expresses something that might be confusion or might be mockery. It remains difficult to interpret the emotions of starborn entities, it claims, The process worked exactly as designed. The Necrons are immortal. They no longer suffer disease or aging. They have the power to defeat the Old Ones. What more could they want? When Szarekh speaks of souls, of emotions, of the subjective experience of consciousness, Mephedran dismisses these as unnecessary complications of biological existence, irrelevant to the war they came together to wage. But the Citan cannot entirely hide their satisfaction. They move among the Necron masses with predatory grace, their power swollen beyond what they possessed when first embodied. They have consumed the spiritual essence of an entire species, fed on life force concentrated and refined over millions of years of evolution. The Citan are now stronger, more dangerous, more capable of manifesting their power in material space. And the Necrons, hollow shells of their former selves, exist to serve these entities who devoured their souls. The trap reveals itself in all its cruel perfection. The Necrontyr sought immortality and received it. They wanted power to defeat the Old Ones and possess it. They desired unity and achieved it through the command protocols. Every promise the Citan made has been kept, technically, while the true cost remained hidden until after payment became irreversible. The Necrontyr are dead. The Necrons remain, and the difference between those states is everything that made existence meaningful. Yet even in this state, even hollowed out and enslaved, the Necrons retain their hatred. The rage that drove them to war against the Old Ones survives biotransference more intact than love, or joy, or hope. Perhaps because anger is simpler, more primal, less dependent on the complex emotional structures that souls provide. Perhaps because vengeance requires less feeling than affection. Or perhaps because the Necrons have new targets for that rage, and fury finds ways to survive even in machines. Szarekh makes a decision in the aftermath of this revelation. The biotransference cannot be reversed. The souls are consumed. Beyond recovery, through any means they currently understand, the Citan have trapped them in this state, but the war with the Old Ones remains. If the Necrons must exist as hollow machines, they will at least be machines that accomplish what their flesh forms could not. They will destroy the Old Ones. They will conquer the galaxy. And afterward, if any path exists to reclaim what they lost, they will find it. But first, vengeance. Always vengeance. The war in heaven enters its next phase with transformed participants, where once the Old Ones fought dying Necrontyr in fragile ships, now they face deathless Necrons in vessels of living metal. Warriors that cannot be killed by conventional means, for destroyed necrodermis simply reforms, consciousness transferring to new shells when the old are damaged beyond function. Weapons that harness forces the Old Ones struggle to counter. And at the Necron's side, the Citan themselves, star gods embodied and hungry for revenge against the species that imprisoned them millions of years ago. The Necron legions march without fear because they cannot truly experience fear anymore. They fight without hesitation because the command protocols override self-preservation instincts. They conquer without mercy because mercy requires empathy, and empathy depends on emotional connections they no longer possess. The perfect soldiers, created through the destruction of everything that makes soldiers human. Machines shaped like the beings they once were, waging war on behalf of masters who consumed their souls. The Old Ones begin to realize their error in dismissing the Necrontyr as a minor threat. The species they ignored has transformed into something far more dangerous. The war they considered beneath their notice has become existential. But this recognition comes too late. The Necrons are coming. The C'tan guide them, and the galaxy that witnessed the Necrontyr's humiliation is about to be reshaped by the Necrons' terrible revenge. Szarekh stands in his palace looking through optics that see more than eyes ever could yet perceive, less than eyes once did. He remembers sensation without feeling it. He recalls hope without experiencing it. He knows he has doomed his people, transformed them from living beings into eternal prisoners of metal and command protocols. But he also knows that retreat is impossible, that dwelling on loss serves no purpose, that the only path forward leads through the completion of what they began. The Necrontyr sought immortality and found only its shadow. They wanted freedom from death and received slavery to false gods. They desired time to achieve their potential and discovered that achievement means nothing without the capacity to feel satisfaction. The cost of transcendence has bankrupted them in ways they could never have imagined, but the transaction is complete, the payment made. All that remains is to extract whatever value they can from this hollow victory. The C'tan feed, the Necrons march, the Old Ones prepare their defenses, and the galaxy holds its breath before the storm that is coming, a conflict that will reshape reality itself, waged by beings who have sacrificed their humanity for power they can no longer truly enjoy. The war in heaven burns hotter. The real horror has only just begun. The first true battle between the transformed Necrons and the Old Ones takes place above a world the Old Ones have nurtured for millennia. Verdant paradise, precisely engineered ecology, a project of biological craftsmanship that represents everything the Old Ones have achieved. The Necron tomb ships emerge from the darkness with cold precision, their living metal hulls reflecting starlight in patterns that seem to absorb rather than reflect. No warning, no declaration. The Necrons have moved beyond such biological conceits as honor or mercy. The Gorse weapons fire, and for the first time, the Old Ones face technology specifically designed to counter their advantages. Where biological matter meets the molecular disassembly beams, flesh simply ceases to exist, unraveled at the atomic level. Shields the Old Ones crafted through their mastery of material science prove useless against weapons that do not overcome barriers but erase the matter the barriers were meant to protect. The carefully nurtured world below burns as Necron warriors teleport to the surface, their protocols directing them to exterminate every living thing with mechanical efficiency. The Old Ones respond with powers drawn from their connection to the immaterium. Psychic forces that should shatter mechanical forms, reality warping that should unmake the Necrons' technology. But here, the C'tan's influence reveals its strategic value. The soulless Necrons exist entirely in material space, disconnected from the warp that the Old Ones manipulate with such facility. Psychic attacks find no purchase on minds without souls. Immaterial powers slide past beings with no connection to immaterial realms. The Old Ones' greatest weapons are worthless against enemies who exist as pure materialism. And then the C'tan themselves enter the battle. As a Gorod, the Nightbringer descends upon the Old One defenders like the incarnation of death itself. Its very presence overwhelms biological minds with primal terror. Racial memories of mortality that the Old Ones thought themselves long past experiencing. Where the Nightbringer moves, Old Ones and their created species simply cease. Not killed, but somehow erased. Their connection to existence severed by an entity that wields death as both concept and weapon. The Old Ones retreat through webway portals, abandoning the world they had nurtured. Behind them, the Necrons methodically, silently march, exterminate every living thing on the planet. No survivors, no mercy, no purpose beyond destruction. When the Necrons finish, the world stands empty and sterile, all biological material processed into raw elements. A garden reduced to ash, a testament to what immortal machines can accomplish when commanded by absolute hatred. This pattern repeats across the galaxy. Old One after Old One stronghold falls to Necron assault. The soulless warriors adapt to each defense, learn from each encounter, implement improvements with mechanical precision. Where the Necrontyr would have celebrated victories, mourned losses, experienced the emotional arc of warfare, the Necrons simply process data and optimize. They are becoming more efficient killers with each engagement, and efficiency is all they have left. The C'tan revel in this new existence. No longer confined to stars, they roam the galaxy feeding on the life energy of entire worlds. When Necrons conquer a planet, the C'tan arrive afterward to consume the surviving biomass, stripping worlds of all biological essence. They have acquired the taste for it, the addiction to life force they first experienced when devouring Necrontyr souls. Now they feed constantly, their power growing with each world they drain. Szarekh watches this carnage with mounting unease. The war is succeeding beyond what seemed possible when they were Necrontyr. The old ones are being pushed back, their ancient dominance crumbling before the deathless onslaught. But something about the C'tan's behavior troubles him. Their hunger seems insatiable. They do not fight the old ones with the detachment of allies pursuing mutual goals, but with the fervor of beings indulging long-denied appetites. And increasingly, the Necrons feel less like partners in this alliance, and more like tools the C'tan use to access greater feeding opportunities. The command protocols give Szarekh absolute control over the Necron armies, but he discovers that control has limits. The C'tan can override his commands when they choose, their influence embedded deeper in the biotransference process than he initially understood. When he orders Necrons to preserve a world's population for strategic purposes, the C'tan countermand that order and feed anyway. When he attempts to negotiate with Old One representatives who signal willingness to parley, the C'tan ensure the meeting becomes an ambush. The Silent King rules billions, but the C'tan rule him. Yet the war continues to favor the Necron-C'tan alliance. The Old Ones, for all their ancient power, are fundamentally biological. They tire, they die, albeit slowly. Their numbers are limited by reproduction rates and resource constraints. The Necrons, by contrast, are effectively infinite. Destroyed bodies are rebuilt. Damaged warriors are repaired. The same Necron can die 1,000 times and return 1,000 times. Consciousness transferring to new shells without end. Attrition, the fundamental mathematics of warfare, favors those who cannot be permanently destroyed. The Old Ones recognize their disadvantage and turn to the strategy that has defined their approach to galactic challenges throughout their existence. If they cannot defeat the Necrons through direct confrontation, they will create new life specifically designed to do so. The Old Ones begin a project of unprecedented scope, the creation of warrior races, species engineered from scratch with the specific purpose of fighting the Necron threat. The Eldari emerge from Old One laboratories, a species given form in mere decades through processes that should require millions of years of evolution. Psychically gifted beyond anything the galaxy has seen, beautiful and terrible, in equal measure, the Eldari are designed to wield the warp as weapon and shield. Their very presence in real space creates ripples in the immaterium. Their emotions resonate in the sea of souls, generating power they can channel into physical effect. Against soulless Necrons, the Aeldari bring a storm of warp energy that finally provides a counter to mechanical immortality. When Aeldari warriors first engage Necron legions, the battle transforms into something unprecedented. Wraithbone constructs, matter shaped by psychic will, prove resistant to gas weaponry. Warp lightning tears through necrodermis shells faster than reanimation protocols can compensate. Psychic attacks may not directly harm soulless minds, but they can disrupt the energy patterns that sustain Necron consciousness, effectively banishing them from their bodies, even if they cannot kill them permanently. The Old Ones have created enemies that the Necrons must actually fear. But the Eldari are not the only weapon the Old Ones deploy. The Krork emerge from different laboratories, massive green-skinned beings engineered for endless conflict. Where the Eldari fight with elegance and precision, the Krork bring overwhelming physical power and instinctive tactical genius. They are designed to fight forever, to thrive on warfare itself, to grow stronger through combat. Against Necron legions that cannot die, the Krork provide enemies that refuse to die, a stalemate of immortals that grinds through millennia without resolution. The war in heaven enters its most devastating phase. Entire sectors burn as Necrons, Citan, Eldari, Krork, and the Old Ones themselves clash in conflicts that reshape reality. Suns are extinguished. Worlds are torn from their orbits. The webway itself becomes a battlefield as Necrons breach dimensional barriers with dolmen gates, forcing combat into spaces the Old Ones considered inviolate. The galaxy bleeds from wounds that will scar it for millions of years. And through it all, the Citan feed. They consume the life energy of countless trillions, gorging themselves on the spiritual essence of entire species. Their power swells to godlike proportions. Magladroth, the Void Dragon, learns to manipulate matter at the quantum level, reaching across star systems to reshape technology through thought alone. Nyadrazada, the Burning One, becomes a walking fusion reaction. Stellar fire compressed into physical form. The Citan are transcendent, terrible, and absolutely beyond any control the Necrons might have imagined possessing. Szarekh watches his Citan masters grow more powerful and recognizes the trap closing around his people. The Necrons are winning the war against the Old Ones. But what happens when that war ends? When the Citan have no more enemies to focus their attention on, when they turn their now cosmic powers fully toward their soulless servants. The biotransference was a trap. The alliance was exploitation. And the victory the Necrons are achieving will leave them at the mercy of beings who devoured their souls and consider them less than pets. In secret, speaking only to the few nobles who retained enough autonomy to comprehend subtle communication, Szarekh begins planning. Not against the Old Ones, but against the C'tan themselves. It will require patience, time, measured in millennia rather than years. It will demand secrecy absolute enough to hide from beings who can perceive across dimensions. And it will need the Old Ones to be defeated first, because fighting both enemies simultaneously would be impossible. But the seed of rebellion is planted, hidden in the hollow places where Necron souls once resided, nurtured by the one emotion that survived biotransference intact. Rage. The war continues. Worlds die. Species are exterminated. Reality itself warps under the pressures of conflicts waged by beings whose power approaches fundamental forces of nature. The Necrons march without end, eternal soldiers, in a war that seems like it might never conclude. But conclusions are coming, terrible ones, transformations that will change the galaxy more fundamentally than even biotransference changed the Necrontyr. The end of the war in heaven approaches, and with it, betrayals that will echo across 60 million years. The old ones fall one by one. Ancient beings who ruled the galaxy for millions of years, brought low by the deathless onslaught they underestimated. Their strongholds collapse. Their created species, for all their power, cannot stem the tide of soulless machines. The webway itself becomes compromised as more dolmen gates tear holes in dimensional fabric, turning sanctuary into trap. The civilization that shaped the galaxy is dying, and with it dies any hope of limiting the Citan's power through conventional warfare. But the Old One's final legacy proves more terrible than any weapon they deployed during their lives. The psychically gifted races they created to fight the Necrons, the Eldari, the Krork, others lost to history. All of them radiate psychic energy into the warp with unprecedented intensity. Their emotions, amplified by their engineered connection to the immaterium, ripple through the sea of souls like storms, and something in that endless ocean begins to notice. Something hungry. Something that has existed in the warp since its formation, but never before found such concentrated sustenance. The enslavers manifest from the deepest parts of the immaterium, parasitic entities that ride through the warp toward the brilliant beacons of psychic energy the Old One's creations represent. They do not invade real space through technology or power. They invade through the minds of psychers themselves, bursting into material reality directly from the thoughts of those they possess. An Eldari seer reaches into the wall for power and finds something reaching back, something that floods through the connection before defenses can close, something that wears their body like a puppet and uses their psychic gift as a doorway for more of its kind. The enslaver plague spreads with horrifying speed. Every psychically active being becomes a potential gateway. Every Old One sanctuary, protected by concentrated psychic shielding, becomes a beacon drawing enslavers in overwhelming numbers. The fortresses that successfully repelled Necron assault for centuries fall in days as enslavers burst from the minds of defenders, spreading like contagion through populations whose psychic sensitivity makes them uniquely vulnerable. Within months, more Old Ones die to possession than fell to Necron weapons during millennia of warfare. The Necrons, soulless and non-psychic, prove immune. Enslavers attempt to possess their minds and find nothing to grip, no connection to the warp through which invasion becomes possible. The perfect soldiers created through biotransference discover an unexpected advantage in their condition. Where psychic species fall to corruption, Necrons simply execute the possessed and continue their advance. The plague that devastates the Old Ones barely inconveniences their mechanical enemies, but the enslavers do not limit themselves to the Old Ones and their created warriors. They spread through every psychically sensitive species in the galaxy. Worlds the war in heaven barely touched find themselves suddenly besieged as their own psychers transform into gateways for warp-born parasites. Civilizations that thought themselves remote from the conflict discover that distance means nothing when the threat manifests from within. The galaxy descends into pandemonium as the enslaver plague does what even the Citan could not. Threatens all biological life simultaneously. Szarekh watches the Old One's final strongholds collapse under combined assault from Necrons and enslavers. The ancient enemies who rejected the Necrontyr's plea for aid, who fought for millions of years to preserve their dominance, now face extinction. Some old ones flee into the depths of the webway, sealing themselves in hidden sanctuaries from which they may never emerge. Others make last stands in their most sacred places, dying with dignity as their creations fall to possession around them. A few simply choose death over witnessing the destruction of everything they built across geological ages. The last Old One falls on a world whose name has been lost to history, a garden paradise reduced to wasteland through endless battle. Necron warriors surround the final stronghold, while enslavers burst from the minds of possessed defenders. The Old One at the center, ancient beyond reckoning, maintains reality-warping power until the very end, reshaping matter and energy in desperate attempts to preserve life. But as Agorod the Nightbringer descends upon this final defender, and where the Citan of death touches, even the most ancient being experiences ending. The species that shaped the galaxy for longer than most stars have burned simply ceases to exist. Victory. The Necrons have achieved what seemed impossible when they were Necrontyr. The Old Ones are destroyed, their civilization erased, their works torn down. The beings who denied the dying Necrontyr relief have been made to pay the ultimate price for their refusal. This should be triumph. This should be vindication. But Szarekh feels nothing resembling satisfaction. Victory means nothing when you lack the capacity to enjoy it. And worse, far worse, the real horror is only beginning. With the Old Ones defeated, the Citan turn their attention to consolidating power. They have fed on the life energy of countless trillions, consumed the souls of the Necrontyr, gorged themselves on every living thing they encountered during the war. Their power now approaches that of fundamental forces of nature. They can extinguish stars with thought. They can manipulate space-time itself. They are, in every meaningful sense, gods. And gods do not share power with their servants. The Catan begin asserting more direct control over the Necrons, where previously they worked through Sarekh's command protocols. Now they bypass the Silent King entirely, issuing orders to individual Necrons and entire dynasties without consulting their nominal commander. The hierarchy the Necrontyr built is revealed as illusion. The Citan could always control the Necrons absolutely. They simply had no reason to demonstrate that control, while the Old Ones remained as enemies. Now, with no external threats left, the true nature of the relationship reveals itself in all its cruelty. Worse, the Citan begin fighting among themselves. Different star gods develop different appetites, different priorities, different visions for how the galaxy should be reshaped. Mephitron the Deceiver schemes against Azagorod, the Nightbringer. Magladroth, the Void Dragon, and Nyadrazatha, the Burning One, clash over which fundamental forces should dominate reality. The Citan possess power approaching infinity, but lack any unity of purpose. Their conflicts threaten to tear the galaxy apart more thoroughly than the war in heaven ever managed. And the Necrons, trapped in their necrodermis shells, with command protocols preventing disobedience, are forced to serve in these conflicts. Dynasties loyal to one Citan fight other dynasties controlled by rival star gods. Necrons who once fought together against the Old Ones now turn their weapons on each other at the whim of quarreling masters. The perfect soldiers discover that their perfection makes them perfect slaves, unable to refuse commands even when those commands make no sense, serve no purpose, destroy their own kind for the entertainment of beings who consumed their souls. Szarekh, watching his people reduced to pawns in conflicts between entities whose motivations remain incomprehensible, makes a decision that has been building since the moment he emerged from biotransference. The C'tan must be destroyed, not negotiated with, not controlled through clever strategy. Destroyed utterly, as completely as the C'tan and Necrons together destroyed the Old Ones. It is impossible. The C'tan are gods, but impossibility has never stopped the Necrons before. The Silent King begins planning in absolute secrecy, communicating only with those few nobles whose minds remain sharp enough for complex conspiracy. He exploits every moment when the C'tan's attention focuses elsewhere, every instant when their cosmic perceptions fail to encompass the totality of Necron activity. He identifies weaknesses in beings who should have none. He discovers that for all their power, the C'tan remain vulnerable in specific ways, limitations built into their fundamental nature. The key lies in the necrodermis shells the Necrons originally built to house C'tan consciousness. These bodies allow starborn entities to interact with material reality, but they also bind those entities to material limitations they never experience while existing as pure energy. A C'tan in its shell can be harmed by sufficient force, disrupted by specific technologies, potentially even destroyed if the attack proves overwhelming enough. The shells that granted the C'tan physical presence also created vulnerabilities they did not possess before. More importantly, Szarekh realizes that the C'tan, despite their power, lacks something fundamental that the Necrons retained even after biotransference: unity of purpose. The C'tan evolved alone, one to a star, billions of years of solitary thought. They do not cooperate naturally. They do not trust each other. Their alliances are temporary at best, motivated by immediate advantage rather than long-term loyalty. If the Necrons can exploit these divisions, turn C'tan against C'tan, the star gods might destroy each other, while the Necrons simply wait for opportunities to strike. The conspiracy grows slowly, carefully, hidden in the spaces between commands. Cryptechs develop weapons specifically designed to disrupt C'tan shells. Overlords identify moments when particular star gods are vulnerable, isolated from their fellows, distracted by conflicts with a rival C'tan. Szarekh himself cultivates relationships with certain C'tan, feeding their suspicions of others, suggesting strategic advantages to be gained through eliminating competitors. The C'tan, arrogant in their godhood, never suspect that their soulless servants might be capable of long-term deception, requiring precisely the kind of emotional manipulation biotransference supposedly destroyed. The moment chosen for rebellion comes during a massive conflict between Magladroth and Nyadrazada, rival C'tan, whose fundamental natures seem designed for eternal opposition. While these two star gods wage war that threatens to unmake nearby star systems, while their attention focuses absolutely on destroying each other, Szarekh acts. Necron forces across the galaxy simultaneously turn on their C'tan masters, activating weapons held in secret reserve, exploiting vulnerabilities carefully studied over millennia of enforced servitude. The rebellion catches the C'tan completely unprepared. They are fighting each other when their servants attack. They are divided when they should be united. They are arrogant when they should be cautious. And in that moment of perfect surprise, the Necrons strike with everything they have saved for this purpose. Weapons that disrupt the fundamental forces, binding C'tan consciousness to necrodermis shells. Technologies that trap immaterial beings in material prisons. strategies that turn the Citan's own cosmic power against them. The war against the Citan proves even more terrible than the war against the Old Ones. Star gods lash out in death throes that sterilize entire sectors. Their death screams ripple through dimensions, causing damage to reality itself. Magladroth, when finally cornered, attempts to unmake matter throughout the galaxy, succeeding in converting several solar systems to pure energy before Necron forces contain the destruction. Nedrazada goes supernova, its stellar fury compressed and released in an explosion that would have destroyed half the galaxy if not channeled through specially prepared containment systems. But the Necrons persist. They die by the trillions. Consciousness transfers exhausting, as bodies are destroyed faster than replacement shells can be manufactured. But they keep coming, waves of deathless machines throwing themselves at beings powerful enough to extinguish suns, and slowly, impossibly, the Citan begin to lose. One by one, the star gods are brought down, their necrodermis shells are shattered, their consciousness is fragmented. The beings who seemed invincible are torn apart by servants they dismissed as beneath notice. Szarekh personally leads the assault on Mephetran the Deceiver, the Citan who first offered biotransference, who set this entire catastrophe in motion. The battle rages across a solar system, reality warping under the pressure of forces no material being should witness. When the Silent King's forces finally corner the Deceiver, when weapons specifically designed to harm star gods converge on the Citan that consumed Necrontyr souls, Mephetran attempts one final deception. It offers Szarekh what he has sought since: biotransference, the return of souls, the reversal of transformation, the restoration of everything the Necrons lost. Szarekh refuses, perhaps because he recognizes one final lie from the architect of lies, perhaps because he understands that some transformations cannot be undone, perhaps because rage has sustained him for so long that releasing it would leave nothing behind. Whatever the reason, he gives the order. Mephetran the Deceiver is shattered, consciousness fragmented into thousands of shards, each imprisoned in a tesseract labyrinth of impossible geometry. The Citan that destroyed the Necrontyr is destroyed in turn, broken into pieces so small they can never reform, so thoroughly defeated that its name becomes a curse across the ages. The other Citan meets similar fates, Azagorod, Magladroth, Neadrazata, all of them shattered and imprisoned. Some fragments remain large enough to retain significant power. Others are reduced to barely sentient echoes of their former glory. But all of them are contained, locked in prisons of Necron design, enslaved by the very servants who once lived in fear of their power. The star gods are broken. The tables are completely turned. The enslaved have become enslavers. Victory tastes like ash. The Citan are defeated, but the cost of defeating them has pushed the Necrons to their limits. Trillions are destroyed, their consciousness lost when no replacement shells remain available for transfer. Entire dynasties are annihilated. The Necron population that emerged from biotransference numbered in the hundreds of billions. The population that survives the Citan War counts itself fortunate to reach tens of billions. They have sacrificed almost everything to gain revenge on beings that consume their souls. And in the aftermath, they stand alone in a galaxy still burning from wars that have consumed millions of years. Szarekh surveys the devastation and makes his final choices as Silent King of a united Necron people. The galaxy teems with younger races, species the Old Ones created or nurtured that survived the Enslaver plague. The Eldari especially have multiplied across countless worlds, their psychic power growing as their population expands. The Krork have scattered into tribal groups, their engineered purpose lost but their warrior nature intact. The Necrons, depleted and exhausted, cannot fight these younger races effectively. Not now, perhaps not ever. The Silent King issues his final command as absolute ruler. The Necrons will retreat into tomb worlds, vast underground complexes where they will sleep in stasis for 60 million years, long enough for the Eldari to rise and fall, long enough for the Krork to devolve into something less threatening, long enough for the galaxy to forget that soulless machines once ruled it completely. They will sleep, and when they wake, the galaxy will be theirs again. All opposition will have aged into dust, while the deathless Necrons merely dreamed. But before issuing that command, Szarekh does something unprecedented. He destroys the command protocols embedded in every Necron mind, the absolute control that the Citan installed, that allowed him to coordinate the war against the star gods, that gave him authority over billions of souls. He shatters it permanently. When the Necrons wake, each will be master of their own destiny. No more slavery, no more absolute obedience. Whatever they become after their long sleep, they will be free. His final act is self-exile. Szarekh does not join his people in their tombs. Instead, he loads a massive sepulchre ship with legions of his own Saracen dynasty in stasis, and launches himself into the intergalactic void. Penance for leading his people into biotransference. Punishment for the souls he allowed to be consumed. Exile for the king who destroyed his own species in the name of saving it. He will wander the darkness between galaxies, alone with his guilt, for millions of years. If there is a way to reverse biotransference, he will seek it in the emptiness beyond stars. If redemption exists for what he has done, he will find it in self-imposed isolation. The tomb world seal. Billions of Necrons enter stasis crypts, their consciousnesses shutting down into dreamless sleep. The sepulchre ship carrying Szarekh crosses the galactic rim and disappears into darkness. Behind them, the galaxy begins its slow recovery from the war in heaven, unaware that beneath countless worlds, beneath deserts and oceans and mountain ranges, beneath cities the younger races will build, the Necrons lie dreaming of awakening. 60 million years begins. The clock starts counting toward the day when the Tomb Kings will rise again. Silence settles across tomb worlds scattered throughout the galaxy, beneath planetary surfaces, in asteroid complexes, on moons, and in the hearts of dead stars. Billions of Necrons enter suspension. Their consciousness dims to the barest flicker, maintaining only enough activity to preserve identity across incomprehensible time. Reanimation protocols engage, ready to awaken them when their internal chronometers reach zero. The stasis crypts seal with technologies designed to outlast stars themselves. But 60 million years is longer than the Necrons anticipated, longer than any biological mind can truly comprehend. Geological epochs rise and fall, continental plates shift and reconfigure. New stars are born, mature and die in supernovas while the Necrons sleep. And in that immense span, things go wrong in ways no amount of planning could prevent. Some tomb worlds are destroyed outright. Geological activity on unstable planets crushes their chambers beneath tectonic pressures. No stasis field can indefinitely resist. Asteroid tombs collide with wandering celestial bodies, shattering their carefully preserved sleepers across the void. Volcanic activity floods some complexes with molten rock. Ice ages bury others beneath kilometers of frozen water. The galaxy is violent and unpredictable, and even Necron engineering cannot account for every possibility across deep time. Other tombs suffer more insidious failures. Power systems designed to function for millions of years develop minute flaws that compound over time. Stasis crypts meant to preserve consciousness instead corrupted, producing Necrons who awake damaged, their personalities degraded or twisted beyond recognition. Reanimation protocols become scrambled, command hierarchies corrupted, essential maintenance routines failing to execute properly. The sleeping Necrons do not experience these failures. They simply accumulate damage that will only become apparent upon awakening. Some tombs wake too early. Random cosmic events trigger reanimation protocols millennia or millions of years before intended. The Necrons who emerge find themselves in a galaxy still dominated by the species the Silent King expected to die off. They lack coordination with other dynasties. They possess no strategic intelligence about the current state of the galaxy. Many simply fail to understand what has happened, their sleep-addled minds struggling to comprehend why the timeline has not progressed as expected. These early risers often blunder into conflicts with civilizations they do not understand, are destroyed by enemies they fail to anticipate, or simply go back into stasis, hoping that next time they wake, conditions will match their expectations. The Eldari Empire rises during the Necron's sleep, growing from the scattered survivor populations of the War in Heaven into a civilization of unmatched splendor and arrogance. They spread across the galaxy, claiming worlds that once knew Necron rule, building their craft worlds and pleasure cities above buried tombs whose occupants they never suspect exist. The Eldari developed technologies that rival and in some ways exceed what the Necrons achieved. They master the webway their Old One creators left behind. They become the dominant species the Old Ones once were, powerful and ancient, immortal within the limits of biology. But the Eldari carry seeds of their own destruction. Their psychic natures, so useful during the War in Heaven, prove catastrophic when indulged without restraint. As their empire ages, as they achieve everything material existence can offer, the Eldari turn to ever more extreme experiences to feel anything at all. Pleasure cults form, dedicated to sensations so intense they ripple through the warp itself. Depravity becomes normalized as entire generations grow up knowing only excess. In the immaterium, something begins to stir, fed by Eldari psychic emanations, growing toward terrible birth. Beneath their cities, beneath their pleasure worlds, beneath the foundations of their empire, the Necrons sleep undisturbed. The Eldari never notice the anomalies in planetary cores, never investigate the strange readings from deep geological surveys. Why would they? They stand at the apex of galactic civilization, with no reason to fear anything buried in ancient strata. The sleeping Necrons are less than myths. They're completely forgotten, erased from galactic memory, waiting in darkness while the galaxy evolves above them. The Krork, engineered warriors of the Old Ones, devolve during this period, without the guidance of their creators, without the purpose for which they were designed. The massive green-skinned warriors fragment into tribal groups. Their genetic engineering proves robust enough to survive, but their civilization degrades. Slowly, across millions of years, the Krork become something else. They lose sophistication while retaining aggression. They devolve into the Orks, smaller, cruder, but somehow more suited to survive in a galaxy without the Old Ones to give them purpose. The Orks spread like a plague, fighting everything they encounter, including each other, thriving on warfare itself. New species emerge through natural evolution or mysterious means, humanity evolves on a small world called Terra, developing from primitive mammals into a species capable of abstract thought and technological civilization. They spread slowly at first, then faster as they develop space travel. Other intelligent species arise on scattered worlds. Some achieve interstellar capability, others never escape their home systems. The galaxy fills with younger races, none of whom remember or even imagine that soulless machines once ruled everything they now consider their own. In the intergalactic void, Szarekh the Silent King wanders alone with his guilt. His massive sepulchre ship drifts through darkness between galaxies, its sensors registering nothing but cosmic background radiation and the distant light of galactic clusters. He does not sleep as his subjects sleep. He remains conscious, alone with his thoughts and memories, experiencing every moment of his self-imposed punishment. 60 million years of solitude stretches before him, and he endures it as penance for leading his people to damnation. But Szarekh is not idle. He explores the intergalactic void, mapping regions no galactic species has ever visited. He develops new technologies, refining Necron science through endless experiment. He contemplates biotransference from every angle, seeking any theoretical path to reversing what was done, any way to recover souls consumed by the Citan so long ago. He finds no answers. The void offers only silence and distance. But still he searches, because what else remains for a king who destroyed his own people? Inside the Milky Way, the galaxy enters what will later be called the Age of Terror. Humanity discovers warp travel, navigating the immaterium through means that would horrify the Silent King if he knew. A human civilization arises across thousands of worlds, a stellar empire in miniature. They encounter alien species, wage wars, make alliances, explore ancient ruins, never suspecting those ruins were left by species destroyed in conflicts millions of years before human evolution began. And beneath it all, on worlds humans colonize without knowing their true history, in systems humanity claims for its own, in abandoned sectors and forbidden zones, the Necrons continue sleeping. Human cities are built atop Necron tombs. Settlements are founded above stasis crypts, holding dynasties that once ruled star systems. The sleepers do not care. They do not know. They dream of nothing in their suspension, waiting for internal chronometers to reach zero, for reanimation protocols to engage, for the day when they will rise and reclaim what they believe remains theirs by right. The Eldari Empire reaches its decadent peak. Their excess has become legendary even among themselves. They revel in sensations that kill lesser beings outright, experiences so intense that psychically sensitive species across the galaxy feel echoes of their indulgence. In the warp, fed by ages of Eldari hedonism, something reaches critical mass. The being that will become Slaanesh, the chaos god of excess, begins its final gestation. The psychic scream of its birth will echo through eternity. When Slaanesh finally emerges in an event later called the Fall, the Eldari Empire is destroyed in an instant. Trillions of Eldari souls are consumed. The Eye of Terror tears open, a wound in real space where the warp bleeds through. Craft worlds that fled before the Fall survive. Eldari who escaped into the webway endure. But the empire that dominated the galaxy for millions of years simply ceases to exist, annihilated by the very nature that made them powerful. The psychic scream of Slaanesh's birth ripples through the galaxy and beyond. In the intergalactic void, Sarekh's instruments detect the event. He analyzes the data, recognizes the signature of a new chaos god entering existence, understands that the Eldari have met their doom. His chronometer indicates that 30 million years have passed since he entered exile. The Eldari fell earlier than expected, but they fell nonetheless, precisely as he predicted. The younger races are destroying themselves. The path is clearing for Necron resurgence. But as Szarekh processes this information, his sensors detect something else, movement in the intergalactic void, not natural cosmic phenomena, but something approaching his position with directed purpose. He focuses his instruments on the anomaly and discovers horror beyond anything he anticipated. Ships, but not ships of any design in Necron databases. Organic vessels, living spacecraft, countless thousands of them, filling the darkness between galaxies like a tide of biological horror. The Tyranids, an extragalactic species unlike anything the galaxy has ever faced. Not a single race, but an entity, a hive mind spanning billions of component organisms, consuming everything in its path and incorporating their biomass into itself. The Tyranids are not migrating toward the Milky Way, they are hunting it, drawn by the psychic beacon of Slanesh's birth. Moving toward the galaxy like a predator, homing in on prey's scent. Szarekh realizes the catastrophic implications immediately. The Necrons sleep, waiting to wake in a galaxy whose biological species have aged into weakness. But if the Tyranids arrive first, if they consume all biomass before the Necrons wake, there will be no organic species left. And organic species are essential to the one goal Szarekh has maintained throughout his exile: reversing biotransference. The Necrons need living bodies to house their consciousness. They need souls to reclaim what the Citan devoured. If the Tyranids strip the galaxy of all biological life, the Necrons will wake to find themselves trapped in metal shells forever, with no hope of redemption. The Silent King makes a decision that has been building across 30 million years of exile. He turns his sepulchre ship around and begins the long journey back to the galaxy. Not because his penance is complete, not because he deserves to return, but because his people need warning. The Necrons must wake and unite against this extragalactic threat. They must protect the biological species of the galaxy, not out of mercy or compassion, emotions they no longer possess, but out of desperate self-interest. The prey must be preserved if there is to be any hope of the predators reclaiming flesh. The journey will take millennia. The galaxy is millions of light years distant, but Szarekh sets course and engages drives designed for intergalactic distances. Behind him, the Tyranid fleet continues its approach, an extinction event in biological form, drawn toward the galaxy by the psychic scream of a chaos god's birth. Before him lies the Milky Way, his people sleeping beneath worlds conquered by younger races, unaware that their greatest threat approaches not from any species they anticipated, but from the darkness beyond the galaxy itself. The 60 million year clock is running down. Some tombs will wake on schedule. Others will sleep past their alarms, damaged or destroyed or simply forgotten by their occupants. A few have already woken into confusion and conflict, but the Great Awakening has not yet occurred. The moment when the Necrons rise in force, when they reclaim their ancient dominion, when they remember what they were and confront what they have become. That moment approaches, but has not arrived. The galaxy spins on, unaware that beneath its surface, in forgotten tombs and sealed crypts, the Tomb Kings begin to stir in their endless sleep, on a world humans will later designate Mandragora. The first reanimation protocols engage after 59 million years of dormancy. Deep beneath the planet's crust, Systems designed to outlast civilizations begin their startup sequences. Power flows through conduits that have lain dormant since before the Eldari Empire rose. Stasis crypts open with mechanical precision that transcends mere engineering. The Necrons of the Mandragorian dynasty begin to wake. The awakening is not instantaneous. Consciousness returns slowly, synaptic pathways re-establishing themselves after epochs of suspension. The first Necron to fully achieve awareness is a warrior, one of the common soldiers who lost almost everything during biotransference. It stands in its crypt, necrodermis body unmarked by the passage of time, and attempts to remember why it sleeps in this chamber. Memories surface gradually. The war in heaven, biotransference, the decision to sleep, the expectation of waking to a galaxy cleansed of enemies. But something is wrong. The warrior's internal chronometer, designed to track the 60 million years precisely, shows anomalies, corruption in the data, missing segments of time. The chronometer claims the appropriate duration has passed, but the warrior's systems detect errors in the calculation. Has it slept too long? Not long enough? The confusion is compounded by damage to its consciousness during the long sleep. Subtle degradation that makes coherent thought more difficult than it should be. More Necrons wake in the chamber. Warriors, immortals, a few Lichguard retaining enough autonomy to question their circumstances. They stand in formation because formation is programmed into them, because the command protocols may be severed, but base programming remains. They await orders from their overlord, from the noble who is supposed to coordinate their awakening and lead them in reconquest. But the overlord's crypt shows error indicators. Something went wrong during stasis. The consciousness that should wake and command remains suspended, damaged beyond simple repair. Without leadership, without clear orders, the awakened Necrons default to basic protocols, assess the tomb's condition, verify system functionality, prepare for emergence to the surface. They move through corridors that have known no activity for longer than stars have lived. They check systems, finding some functional, others failed, still others operating in degraded states that will require maintenance. The tomb is alive but wounded, like a body waking from injury-induced coma. The cryptex wake next, those Necron scientists and technomancers who retained significant autonomy through biotransference. They immediately recognize problems. The tomb's defensive systems are damaged. Scarabs that should have maintained everything during the long sleep show signs of power depletion. Entire sections of the complex have failed, their occupants lost to malfunctions that occurred millions of years ago. The dynasty that went to sleep, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, now counts perhaps 50,000 functional Necrons. The others are gone, their consciousness dissolved when their stasis crypts failed. The highest-ranking surviving noble, an emissor named Akthet, assesses the situation with what remains of his capacity for strategic thought. The tomb is compromised. The dynasty is depleted. The galaxy above is unknown. But the command is clear. Wake, rise, reconquer. The protocols embedded during the long-ago decision to sleep cannot be questioned, cannot be refused. The Necrons are awake. Therefore, they must emerge and reclaim what they consider theirs by ancient right. They breach the surface on a world that bears no resemblance to the one they remember. Where once there was barren desert, now forests spread across continental scales. The atmosphere, thin and toxic when they entered stasis, has transformed into something that would support biological life easily. And on this transformed world, biological life thrives. Settlements dot the landscape. Spacecraft move between orbital stations. A civilization, ignorant of what sleeps beneath them, has made this world home. The humans of Mandragora have no warning before the ground ruptures and Necrons emerge from depths no survey ever suspected existed. Gauss weapons fire, disintegrating the first humans who approach with curious welcome, rather than appropriate fear. Within hours, the primary settlement is destroyed, its population exterminated with mechanical efficiency. The Necrons spread across the planet, executing reanimation protocols that demand they secure this world before considering anything beyond it. But Mandragora is no longer isolated. The humans possess interstellar communication. Their distress calls reach nearby systems before the Necrons can establish full control. Imperial Navy vessels arrive within weeks, carrying soldiers who have never heard of Necrons, who possess no context for what they're facing. The first battles are catastrophic for the Imperium. Gauss weapons reduce their soldiers to molecules. Necron warriors destroyed by lasgun fire simply reanimate, pulling themselves back together with impossible persistence. The Imperial forces retreat in confusion, reporting metal skeletons that cannot be killed, green energy weapons unlike anything in known Xenos arsenals. Nemesis Acted observes these conflicts with growing concern. The tomb is still damaged. Most of the dynasty remains in stasis, unable to wake until repairs are completed. The humans possess numbers that could overwhelm his limited forces if they commit sufficient resources. And something about the humans' warp-based travel disturbs him profoundly. The Immaterium, dormant during the Old One's rule, has become active in ways that suggest catastrophic changes during the Necron sleep. He orders his forces to consolidate control over Mandragora, while the Cryptex attempt repairs to the deeper tomb systems. But the damage is too extensive for quick fixes. Systems designed to function for 60 million years have suffered failures that compound exponentially. Waking the rest of the dynasty will require decades of work, and the humans are gathering their forces, preparing to return in strength to reclaim this world they consider their own. The siege of Mandragora lasts 3 years. Imperial forces, reinforced by Space Marines of the Ultramarines, Chapter, press the Necrons harder with each engagement. They learn to target critical systems, to deploy weapons that overwhelm reanimation protocols through sheer destructive force, to avoid Gauss fire through tactics that prioritize survival over glory. The Necrons, for their part, demonstrate the terrible efficiency of deathless soldiers who learn from every encounter and never forget. But the battle's outcome was never truly in doubt. The Necrons are too few, the humans too many, and critically, Actet lacks the forces necessary to establish orbital control. Imperial Navy vessels bombard the tomb from space, using cyclonic weaponry that cracks planetary crust, threatening to breach the tomb's deepest chambers where millions of Necrons still sleep in damaged stasis. Faced with the choice between defending the surface and preserving the dynasty, Actet chooses preservation. The Necrons retreat into their tomb. Defensive systems seal the entrances behind them, the deepest protocols engaged designed specifically for this scenario. Incomplete awakening facing overwhelming opposition. The tomb goes dormant again, not in planned sleep, but in emergency shutdown. The awakened Necrons return to stasis. The systems that might allow another awakening are buried beneath kilometers of rock and defensive measures the Imperium lacks the technology to breach. Mandragora's tomb returns to sleep, damaged and diminished, waiting for circumstances that might allow successful emergence. The Imperium claims victory, but the event sends ripples through Imperial command structures. Reports of metal skeleton beings reach Terra. Mechanicus representatives examine the tomb's sealed entrances, detecting technologies that predate human history by unimaginable margins. The Inquisition takes interest, flagging Mandragora and similar anomalies across the Imperium for further investigation. Humanity has encountered something new, and like most things humanity encounters, they have no idea how to properly categorize the threat. Similar awakenings occur across the galaxy with varying results. Some Necron tombs emerge on uninhabited worlds, giving their dynasties time to fully wake and assess the changed galactic situation. Others trigger on worlds so thoroughly colonized that the Necrons face immediate annihilation from overwhelming numbers. A few tombs wake inside Ork empires, discovering to their confusion that the devolved Krork somehow thrive in the galaxy's current state. Their crude aggression proving disturbingly effective against Necron forces, expecting more sophisticated opposition. On the craft world Alitok, Farseer Eldereth perceives troubling patterns in the skein of fate. Worlds showing anomalous readings, ancient energies stirring in places that should be dormant. She sees shadows of the past returning, echoes of the war in heaven manifesting in the present. But her visions remain unclear, fragmented, lacking the specificity that would allow Eldari leadership to respond effectively. She warns her people that something ancient wakes, that the galaxy faces threats they have forgotten. Her warnings are noted but not prioritized. The Eldari face more immediate concerns in the eye of terror and the birth of she who thirsts. The Orks, by contrast, respond to Necron awakening with characteristic enthusiasm. They have no cultural memory of the war in heaven, no understanding of what Necrons represent. They see only new enemies to fight, metal gits that provide excellent combat, bosses who refuse to stay dead, making for prolonged and therefore enjoyable warfare. Where other species react with fear or confusion to Necron emergence, the Orks charge directly at the ancient death machines with cheerful violence, and in some cases, through sheer overwhelming aggression and ridiculous luck, they actually win. One tomb on the Ork world of Octarius wakes into a nightmare. The planet's surface swarms with green-skinned warriors numbering in the billions. Before the Necrons can fully establish defensive positions, the Orks charge in waves that defy sanity. Gauss weapons cut through them by the thousands, but millions more follow. The Necrons fight with mechanical precision against enemies who fight with joyful chaos. And slowly, impossibly, the Orks push the Necrons back through sheer weight of numbers and complete disregard for casualties. The Octarian tomb's overlord, observing battle reports that should be impossible, makes the logical choice. The dynasty cannot hold this world. The Orks possess numerical superiority so overwhelming that even deathless warriors cannot overcome it. He orders withdrawal, loading what Necrons can be evacuated into tomb ships, abandoning the tomb itself with millions still in stasis. The ships break orbit under heavy Ork fire, fleeing into space, while behind them, the tomb falls to green-skinned barbarians who will spend the next century trying to figure out how to wake the sleeping metal gits they've captured. But these early awakenings, chaotic and uncoordinated as they are, represent mere prelude to the greater awakening still to come. The galaxy's changed state becomes apparent through each emergence. The Imperium of man spans millions of worlds, a vast human empire that claims dominion over territories the Necrons considered their own. The Eldari, reduced from empire to scattered survivors, cling to craft worlds and hidden webway refugees. The Orks infest countless systems, their crude aggression proving irritatingly effective. And everywhere, the warp bleeds through in ways it never did during the Old One's rule. Chaos has taken root in reality itself. The awakening Necrons face a galaxy that did not develop as Szarekh anticipated. The younger races have not aged into weakness. They have multiplied, spread, fortified themselves across every region of space. The clean slate the Silent King expected, where Necrons would emerge to find only scattered primitives easily swept aside, does not exist. Instead, they wake into a galaxy at war with itself on 1,000 fronts, where every faction fights every other faction, and strategic opportunities exist alongside terrible threats. And beneath it all, still buried on countless worlds, still waiting in sealed tombs and forgotten crypts, billions more Necrons continue sleeping. Some will never wake, their tombs too damaged to complete reanimation. Others sleep past their chronometers, internal clocks corrupted by the vast spans of time, systems waiting for signals that will never arrive. But more are stirring. More are beginning the long process of return to consciousness. The Great Awakening has begun, incomplete and chaotic, but inexorable. The Tomb Kings are rising, and the galaxy, divided and distracted by 1,000 conflicts, has no idea what this means for its future. In the year 7444 to M41 by the Imperium's calendar, Szarekh the Silent King crosses the galactic rim and returns to the Milky Way after 30 million years of exile. His sepulchre ship, vast beyond conventional measurement, enters real space trailing legions in stasis crypts and technologies developed during his long isolation. But Szarekh does not announce his return with fanfare. He does not reveal himself to the awakening dynasties. Instead, he moves through the galaxy in stealth, observing, analyzing, understanding the galaxy he left behind millions of years ago. What he discovers horrifies him even beyond what he anticipated. The Tyranid hive fleets have not yet arrived in force, but their advanced scouts, those tendrils he detected in the intergalactic void, have already begun consuming worlds on the galactic rim. The Imperium he observed from a distance reveals itself on closer inspection, as sprawling, dysfunctional, yet possessing numbers that dwarf any force the Necrons can currently muster. The Orks have spread like a plague, their devolved state somehow making them more dangerous than the disciplined Krork ever were. But worst of all is what he observes about the warp. The Immaterium has become active beyond anything from the war in heaven. 4 great powers dominate the Sea of Souls, beings called Chaos Gods by those who worship them, entities of pure corruption that actively work to tear reality apart. The Eye of Terror represents a permanent wound where the warp bleeds through, where reality has become so thin that material and immaterial realms merge, and psychers, beings with connections to the warp, exist in every major species, their very presence destabilizing the barrier between dimensions. Szarekh understands immediately why this presents such catastrophic problems for the Necrons. His people are soulless, immune to direct warp corruption. But that immunity means nothing if reality itself collapses under chaos pressure. The Necrons can fight biological enemies. They can wage war against material civilizations, but they cannot fight the warp directly. They have no weapons that function in immaterial space. Their greatest advantage, their disconnect from the warp. becomes their greatest weakness when facing enemies who exist primarily as immaterial entities. More troubling still is the state of the awakening Necron dynasties themselves. Szarekh observes the chaotic emergence of his people across the galaxy. Some wake damaged, their minds corrupted by stasis failures. Others emerge only to face immediate destruction from enemies they are not prepared to fight. The unity he hoped for does not exist. The command protocols he severed before exile cannot be restored. Each dynasty wakes as a separate entity, pursuing its own goals, operating without coordination or overarching strategy. Some dynasties immediately begin conquering nearby systems, viewing the younger races as upstart primitives to be exterminated or enslaved. Others focus inward, attempting to repair their damaged tombs and wake more of their sleeping people before committing to external campaigns. A few make tentative contact with younger races, attempting negotiation or alliance, though their soulless nature makes such diplomacy profoundly difficult. The Necrons are awake, but they are not united. They are fragmenting into the same dynastic conflicts that weakened the Necrontyr before biotransference. Szarekh recognizes the pattern. History repeating itself. The fractious nature of his people, never truly cured by biotransference or the command protocols, reasserting itself after 60 million years. Without absolute control, without the authority he wielded before exile, the Necrons will tear themselves apart fighting each other, while the Tyranids' chaos and the younger races destroy everything around them. His people will wake only to discover that they woke too late, too divided, into a galaxy that has no place for them. He makes a decision born from desperation rather than hope. He will unite the Necrons again, but he cannot do so as the silent king who led them into biotransference. That legacy is too stained, that authority too compromised. Instead, he will work through proxies, through the Triarch Praetorians who remain loyal to the concept of Necron unity, even without command protocols to enforce it. He will manipulate events from the shadows, guiding dynasties toward cooperation without revealing his identity. Only when circumstances absolutely demand will he step forward and reclaim his title openly. The Triarch Praetorians respond to his return with complex loyalty. These elite Necrons, created specifically to enforce Triarch authority, retain programming that transcends the severed command protocols. When Szarekh approaches them in secret, revealing himself through codes and protocols only the true Silent King would know, they acknowledge his authority without question, but they also judge him for what he did to the Necrontyr. Their loyalty is to the office and the ideal of unity, not to Szarekh personally. They will serve, but they do not forgive. Through the Triarch Praetorians, Szarekh begins the delicate work of unifying awakening dynasties. A suggestion here to an overlord preparing to war against a neighboring dynasty. The Tyranids represent a greater threat, one that requires temporary alliance. A warning there to a Pharaon planning conquest of an imperial sector. Chaos forces are moving in that region, making the campaign more costly than anticipated. Strategic intelligence provided to cryptechs investigating the changed galaxy. Resources quietly redirected to dynasties that show willingness to cooperate rather than conquer. The work is frustratingly slow. Necron nobles who retained autonomy through biotransference possess pride that outlasted their souls. They do not accept direction easily, especially from anonymous sources operating through intermediaries. Many dynasties simply ignore the Triarch Praetorian suggestions, pursuing their own agendas. Some actively resent the interference, viewing the Praetorians as outdated enforcers of authority that should have died with the command protocols. Szarekh encounters overlords and pharaohs who barely remember the war in heaven, whose consciousness was so degraded by stasis that they wake confused about who they are and what purpose they serve. He finds dynasties that have splintered into competing factions, nobles fighting each other over resources in their own tombs before they even emerge to the surface. He witnesses cryptechs who have gone mad from the long sleep, their brilliant minds twisted into obsessions that serve no strategic purpose. But he also finds reasons for limited optimism. Some dynasties wake with their hierarchies intact, their nobility rational and capable of strategic thought. These become the foundation of his efforts. He identifies leaders who understand the threats facing the Necrons, who recognize that divided the Necrons will fall to younger races that have had millions of years to fortify their positions. Through the Triarch Praetorians, he guides these dynasties into informal alliances, temporary cooperation against shared threats. One such leader is Imhotep the Stormlord, pharaoh of the Szarekh dynasty. Imhotep wakes with his faculties intact, his strategic brilliance undiminished by stasis. He immediately grasps the galaxy's changed nature and begins systematic conquest of nearby systems, demonstrating Necron superiority through overwhelming military victories. But Imhotep also proves pragmatic, willing to cooperate with other dynasties when such cooperation serves Szarekh interests. Szarekh identifies him as a potential rallying point for other dynasties, though Imhotep's ambition and pride will require careful management. Another promising leader is Anrakir the Traveler, an overlord who dedicates himself to waking other tomb worlds, helping damaged dynasties recover from stasis failures. Anrakir travels across the galaxy in his ancient ship, responding to distress signals from tombs, bringing cryptechs and resources to help repair damaged systems. His actions align with Sarekh's goals without requiring direct coordination. The Triarch Praetorians approach Anrakir with support and intelligence, helping him identify tombs most in need of assistance. But for every cooperative dynasty, Szarekh encounters three that cannot be reasoned with. The Mynarch dynasty emerges consumed by hatred, dedicating themselves to the extermination of all biological life without any strategic consideration. The Nectis dynasty wakes fragmented and paranoid, attacking any Necrons who approach their territory. The Charnavok dynasty pursues a policy of aggressive expansion that brings them into immediate conflict with every neighboring dynasty, Necron and otherwise. Most troubling are the dynasties that have fallen to what can only be described as madness. The Destroyer cult spreads among some tomb worlds, Necrons whose damage during stasis has left them with single-minded obsession with destroying all life. These destroyers view biological existence as offensive, pursue extermination as holy purpose, modify their bodies with additional weapons until they barely resemble the forms they possessed after biotransference. They cannot be reasoned with, they can barely be communicated with, and they are spreading, infecting other Necrons with their nihilistic philosophy. Szarekh observes the destroyer phenomenon with deep concern. This is not merely battlefield madness or stasis damage. This is something fundamental breaking in the Necron psyche. The accumulated weight of 60 million years of soulless existence manifesting as genocidal compulsion. The destroyers represent what the Necrons might all become if they remain machines forever, if no path to recovering their souls is found. They are a preview of extinction, not through defeat but through transformation into something so alien that Necron ceases to have meaningful definition. Against this backdrop of chaos and fragmentation, Szarekh maintains his secret campaign. He cannot unite all the Necrons. Perhaps he can never unite them fully, not without the command protocols he destroyed before exile. But he can guide enough of them, coordinate sufficient dynasties, create informal alliances strong enough to face the threats that matter most. The Tyranids, chaos, and the task of preserving biological species as potential vessels for reversing biotransference. The first major test of this strategy comes on the world of Gehenna in 995-41. The planet has been claimed by the Imperium, but sits above a Necron tomb of the Szarekh dynasty, Sarekh's own people. When the tomb wakes, Szarekh is present to guide its emergence. The Necrons begin systematic extermination of the human population, standard protocol for reclaiming what they consider their world. But then, Tyranid hive ships appear in orbit, a splinter fleet, one of the advanced tendrils Szarekh detected in the intergalactic void, arrives to consume Gehenna's biomass. The Blood Angels Space Marine chapter is present on Gehenna when the Tyranids arrive. Commander Dante, one of the Imperium's oldest and most experienced warriors, immediately grasps the strategic situation. Two Xenos forces, both hostile to humanity, now present on a single world. Standard Imperial doctrine would be to withdraw and let the Xenos kill each other. But Dante sees something else, an opportunity to communicate with one enemy to fight another. Desperate gambit, though it might be. Szarekh observes Dante's decision-making and recognizes capability. This human commander possesses strategic vision, rare among biological beings. More importantly, he demonstrates willingness to think beyond conventional doctrine when circumstances demand it. Through carefully managed circumstances, Szarekh ensures that Dante and a small Necron force encounter each other before the Tyranids arrive in force. The meeting is tense, weapons ready on both sides, but neither immediately attacks. Communication proves difficult. The Necrons lack mouths for speech. Dante lacks understanding of Necron protocols, but both possess strategic intelligence sufficient to recognize mutual benefit in temporary alliance. The Tyranids will consume all biological life on Gehenna, if unopposed. The Necrons will fight them regardless, but Necron forces alone may not suffice. If the Blood Angels contribute their strength to the defense, the world might be held. And if the world is held, both sides achieve their immediate objectives. The Necrons preserve potential hosts for future biotransference reversal. The Blood Angels save human lives. The Battle of Gehenna that follows becomes one of the stranger conflicts in Imperial records. Space Marines and Necron warriors fight side by side against Tyranid swarms. Gauss weapons cut through chitinous horrors, while bolt weapons tear apart larger organisms. When Blood Angel squads become overwhelmed, Necron Immortals provide supporting fire. When Necron lines falter before bioweapon attacks, Space Marines fill the gaps. The alliance is temporary, tactical, motivated entirely by shared interest rather than any genuine cooperation. But it works. The Tyranids are driven from Gehenna with massive casualties on all sides. The Blood Angels lose nearly half their deployed force. The Necrons suffer destruction rates that would have annihilated a biological army, but merely inconvenienced deathless machines. The Tyranids consume enough biomass to justify their effort, but are forced to withdraw before achieving total consumption. All three factions claim victory with varying degrees of accuracy. In the aftermath, Dante requests formal communication with the Necron leadership. Szarekh, operating through proxies, ensures this communication occurs, but maintains his anonymity. The Necrons convey, through complex protocols translated by Triarch Praetorians, a simple message. The Tyranids represent an existential threat to all biological life in the galaxy. Temporary alliances against this threat serve mutual survival interests. Further cooperation may be possible if circumstances warrant. Dante reports these events to his chapter and through them to wider Imperial command. The response is mixed. Some in the Imperium view any alliance with Xenos as heresy, betrayal of human purity. Others recognize the pragmatic reality that the Tyranids may require every faction in the galaxy working together to resist. The debate continues in Imperial councils while Szarekh considers the strategic implications. The Gehenna campaign demonstrates that the Necrons can work with biological species when necessary, but it also reveals profound limitations. The Necrons lack the capacity for true alliance, the emotional bonds that let biological species cooperate beyond immediate tactical advantage. They cannot inspire loyalty or trust. They cannot offer reassurance or build relationships. They are too alien, too soulless, too fundamentally other for most species to accept as genuine partners. But perhaps they do not need to be accepted. Perhaps it is enough to be useful. If the Necrons can position themselves as necessary allies against the Tyranid threat, if they can demonstrate that their soulless efficiency serves a purpose that benefits biological species, then maybe, just maybe, they can preserve enough organic life to eventually pursue biotransference reversal. It is a slim hope, but it is more hope than Szarekh possessed when he first entered exile 60 million years ago. The galaxy continues turning. More tomb worlds wake. The Tyranid fleets draw closer, their main tendrils entering the galactic rim in numbers that dwarf the splinter fleets. Chaos grows stronger as the age of strife gives way to the age of the Imperium. As psychers multiply and warp storms intensify, the Necrons are awake, divided, struggling to understand a galaxy that has no place prepared for them. And at the center of it all, hidden in shadows, the Silent King works to unite his people for one final campaign. Not for conquest, not for revenge, for survival. And perhaps, if any path remains to such impossible goals, for redemption. In the Nephilim subsector, something unprecedented occurs. Multiple Necron tomb worlds wake simultaneously, not through random chance, but through coordinated design. The dynasties that emerge, Szarekh, Nihilag, Mefred, and others, implement protocols suggesting long-term planning that predates the Great Sleep. They do not immediately wage war on each other or on the Imperium. Instead, they activate ancient technology buried in the substrate of real space itself, technology that has lain dormant for 60 million years, waiting for this moment. The technology is called Blackstone by the Imperium, Necrodermis by the Necrons, Noctilith in the ancient tongues, material that exists partially outside normal space-time, substance that interacts with the warp in unique ways. The Necrons seeded entire star systems with this material before entering stasis, placing it in specific geometric configurations across three-dimensional space. When activated simultaneously, these Blackstone arrays create an effect that propagates through real space like a wave, suppressing the warp itself, pushing the immaterium away from material reality. The pariah nexus forms across dozens of systems, a region of space where the warp has been artificially weakened to near non-existence. Within this zone, psychers feel their connection to the immaterium severed. their powers failing or backfiring catastrophically. Warp travel becomes impossible. Astropaths cannot transmit messages. The Astronomicon, the psychic beacon that guides Imperial navigation, cannot penetrate. The Pariah Nexus is a bubble of pure materialism in a galaxy increasingly dominated by immaterial forces. For the Imperium, this represents catastrophe. The affected systems contain hundreds of inhabited worlds, billions of Imperial citizens, strategic facilities critical to sector defense, and with warp travel impossible, the Imperium cannot reinforce or evacuate them. The Necrons, immune to the Pariah Nexus's effects, begin systematic conquest of the isolated systems. Imperial forces fight desperately, but without reinforcement, without communication with the wider Imperium. They are slowly ground down by enemies that never tire, never retreat, never stop coming. Robert Guilliman, returned Primarch and Imperial Regent, recognizes the Pariah Nexus as a threat that could fragment the Imperium if left unchecked. If the Necrons can create zones where warp travel is impossible, they can divide the Imperium into isolated segments, conquering each in turn without fear of coordinated response. He mobilizes the Indomitus Crusade's reserves, assembling a massive fleet on the Pariah Nexus's edge. The assault force includes hundreds of Space Marine chapters, millions of Imperial Guard soldiers, Mechanicus forces with their most advanced technology, and the Sisters of Battle bringing holy fire against Xenos machines. The Pariah Crusade, as the Imperial assault becomes known, represents one of the largest military operations in recent Imperial history. Fleet after fleet assembles at designated staging areas on the Pariah Nexus's periphery. The plan is to punch through the warp dead zone using slower-than-light drives, establish footholds on key worlds, then systematically dismantle the Blackstone arrays generating the effect. It will be costly. Many will die. But Guilliman sees no alternative. The Pariah Nexus must be destroyed, or the Imperium faces strategic collapse across entire sectors. Szarekh observes the Imperial build-up with mixed feelings. The Pariah Nexus was not his initiative. That particular project was overseen by Illuminor Xeris, the cryptech who designed the original biotransference process, working in coordination with several dynasties that remained more loyal to ancient strategic plans than to any current leadership. Szarekh could have prevented its activation if he had known, could have delayed it until the Necrons were more prepared for the inevitable Imperial response. But the activation occurred before he became aware, and now he must deal with the consequences. Part of him takes satisfaction in seeing Necron technology function exactly as designed 60 million years after deployment. The Blackstone arrays work perfectly, creating exactly the effect their ancient architects intended. The Pariah Nexus demonstrates that the Necrons remain strategically superior to younger races, that their understanding of physics and their ability to manipulate fundamental forces exceed anything the Imperium can counter. This technological dominance was always the Necrons' greatest advantage, but another part recognizes the strategic error. The Pariah Nexus draws too much attention too quickly. The Necrons are not yet unified enough to properly defend it against the full might of the Imperium committed to a single objective. The dynasties operating within the Nexus, while cooperating better than most Necron forces, still struggle with coordination issues. And critically, the Pariah Nexus accomplishes nothing regarding the Tyranid threat. The resources committed to this project could be better spent preparing for the extragalactic invasion that still represents the existential threat to organic life in the galaxy. He allows the Imperial assault to proceed initially unopposed. The first waves of Imperial forces push into the Pariah Nexus's outer systems, establishing footholds, suffering heavy casualties, but achieving their objectives. Guilliman coordinates the assault personally, his strategic genius evident in how he sequences attacks to maximize momentum, while minimizing Imperial losses. Szarekh observes and evaluates. This Primarch, this genetically engineered posthuman created by the Emperor of Mankind, possesses capabilities that even exceed reports suggested. He is, in many ways, the Imperial equivalent of what the Necrontyr nobility were before biotransference. Enhanced, brilliant, capable of thinking in ways normal humans cannot. The Imperial advance reaches the world of Kalarj 4, location of a major Blackstone array. If this array falls, a significant portion of the Pariah Nexus will collapse, allowing warp travel to partially resume. The defending Necron forces, primarily from the Mefrit dynasty, fight with typical mechanical efficiency but are overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Imperial forces push toward the array itself. Demolition teams prepare to destroy the ancient technology with melter charges and seismic weapons. And Szarekh decides that allowing this destruction does not serve his purposes. The Pariah Nexus may be poorly timed, but it remains valuable. The ability to suppress the warp will be essential when fighting chaos directly. The technology cannot be allowed to fall into Imperial hands for study, and most importantly, allowing the Imperium to achieve quick victory encourages them to view the Necrons as a threat they can manage through conventional military force. That misperception serves no one's interests. He reveals himself on the world of Zendu, deep within the Pariah Nexus. 3,000 Triarch Praetorians answer his summons, elite Necrons whose loyalty to the concept of unity brings them to serve the Silent King, despite their judgments about his past actions. He reconstructs the Triarch itself, selecting 2 Pharaons from minor dynasties, Hapthatra, the Radiant, and Mesophet, the Shadowed Hand. These 2 nobles are joined to the dais of Dominion, an impossibly ancient piece of technology that binds their consciousness together, powered by a captured shard of the Sitan Nyadrazata. When Hapthatra and Mesophet merge with the dais, their individual voices blend into a single unified voice that speaks with authority transcending either alone. They do not override Sarekh's commands. They cannot. The dais is designed to amplify the Silent King's will, not replace it. But their presence provides legitimacy, demonstrates to other dynasties that the Triarch has reformed, that the ancient structures of Necron unity are being restored. With the Triarch reconstituted, Szarekh mobilizes his own Zarkhan dynasty legions, millions of Necrons held in stasis since his self-imposed exile. These warriors are pristine, undamaged by the stasis failures that plague other tomb worlds. Their equipment is advanced even by Necron standards, technologies developed during Sarekh's lonely millennia in the intergalactic void. When they march from their tomb ships, they represent the Necrons as they were meant to be, coordinated, overwhelming, unstoppable. The counter-offensive hits the Imperial forces like a tsunami of living metal. Imperial positions that seemed secure are overrun in hours. Space Marine chapters that held against Necron assaults for months are destroyed in days. Guilliman's carefully planned advance becomes a desperate fighting withdrawal as Sarekh's forces demonstrate why the Necrons once ruled the galaxy. The Silent King does not personally lead these assaults. He remains on the dais of Dominion, coordinating from strategic distance, his commands transmitted through the unified voice of his Triarch. But he does communicate directly with Guilliman, through the Triarch Praetorians, through carefully arranged circumstances. He ensures the Primarch understands who now opposes him. Not random Necron dynasties acting independently, but the Silent King himself, last ruler of the Necrontyr, destroyer of the Old Ones, the being who commanded the ancient Necrons during the war in heaven. The message is clear. The Imperium faces not scattered Xenos remnants, but a unified force led by intelligence comparable to the Emperor himself. The Battle of Mesmok represents the campaign's climax. Guilliman commits his reserves, understanding that if the Imperial assault falters here, the entire Pariah Crusade will collapse into disorganized retreat. He personally leads the assault, his presence inspiring Imperial forces to feats of courage that even Necrons must acknowledge as impressive. But Szarekh meets him with equal force, deploying technologies the Imperium has no counter for, coordinating Necron dynasties with efficiency that transforms them from independent forces into a unified army. During the battle, Szarekh speaks to Guilliman through Hapthatra, his proxy's voice carrying across Vox channels the Imperials assume are secure. He offers surrender terms, immediate withdrawal from the Pariah Nexus with guarantee of safe passage. In exchange, the Silent King expresses interest in capturing the Primarch alive, not for execution, not for torture, for study. Guilliman represents something Szarekh has sought since the moment biotransference stole his people's souls, a being that transcends the normal biology while retaining its soul intact. The Emperor's genetic engineering achieved what the Citan promised, but failed to deliver enhancement without spiritual destruction. Guilliman's response is predictable. He refuses surrender, rallies his forces, fights with the skill and fury expected of one of the Emperor's sons. The battle rages across continents, destroys Imperial and Necron forces in numbers that would have been unthinkable in earlier eras. But ultimately, the Necrons' inherent advantages prove decisive. They do not tire. They reanimate from damage that would kill biological beings. Their weapons, designed during the war in heaven to fight gods, proved devastatingly effective against even enhanced humans. The Imperial flagship Dawn of Fire, Guilliman's personal vessel, takes catastrophic damage from Necron orbital weapons. Systems fail. The ship begins falling from orbit. The Primarch himself coordinates the evacuation while maintaining defensive fire against pursuing Necron vessels. And Szarekh, observing from his own ship, makes a choice. He could capture Guilliman during the flagship's death throes. The technology exists. The opportunity presents itself clearly. But capturing the Imperium's greatest leader, studying him against his will, would cross lines that even the soulless Necrons might balk at. More practically, it would unite the Imperium in ways that serve no strategic purpose. Better to defeat Guilliman, force his retreat, demonstrate Necron superiority without creating a permanent blood feud. He allows the Primarch to escape. The Dawn of Fire crashes, but Guilliman survives, evacuating with his command staff before the vessel's destruction. The Imperial forces retreat from Mesmok in good order, discipline holding despite defeat. They withdraw from the Pariah Nexus entirely, conceding the region to Necron control. Guilliman returns to the wider Imperium bearing knowledge that will reshape Imperial understanding of the Necron threat. In the aftermath, Szarekh consolidates control over the Pariah Nexus. He does not claim absolute authority. That remains impossible without the command protocols. But he establishes the Silent King as coordinator, the figure other dynasties look to for strategic direction. regarding threats that exceed any single dynasty's capacity to address. Some dynasties accept this readily, grateful for competent leadership. Others resist, maintaining independence out of pride or disagreement with Sharekh's priorities, but enough cooperate to make the arrangement functional. The Pariah Nexus itself stabilizes into a permanent feature of galactic geography. The Blackstone arrays continue suppressing the warp across dozens of systems. The Imperium cannot reclaim these worlds without committing forces it desperately needs elsewhere. And critically, the technology proves itself viable for larger scale deployment. If the Necrons can create one Pariah Nexus, they can create more. They can, given sufficient time and coordination, begin suppressing the warp throughout the galaxy. This possibility terrifies the forces of chaos. The Pariah Nexus represents an existential threat to beings that exist primarily in the Immaterium. If the Necrons successfully deploy Blackstone arrays across the galaxy, chaos influence will be reduced to isolated pockets, unable to spread or coordinate. The Chaos Gods themselves, while fundamentally immortal, would find their power severely limited. For the first time since their emergence, the Dark Gods face enemies who possess the technological capability to genuinely threaten their existence. But the Pariah Nexus also draws unwanted attention from the Tyranids. The suppression of the warp creates a blank spot in the psychic background of the galaxy, a void the hive mind interprets as potential territory free from the corrupting influence of immaterial forces. Tyranid fleets begin diverting toward the Nexus, drawn by the promise of biological matter uncontaminated by warp energies. Szarekh watches these fleet movements with grim satisfaction. If the Tyranids focus on the Pariah Nexus, they are not consuming biological populations elsewhere, populations the Necrons need for eventual biotransference reversal. The galaxy settles into an uneasy equilibrium. The Imperium knows the Necrons are awakening in force, knows they possess technology that exceeds human understanding, knows they are led by an intelligence that matches or exceeds Guilliman's strategic capabilities. The Necrons possess territory, demonstrated their power, established the Silent King as a figure of galactic importance, and the stage is set for the conflicts to come. Battles that will determine whether the Necrons reclaim their ancient dominion or disappear into the same historical obscurity that claim the old ones. Szarekh, standing on the dais of dominion, surveys the Pariah Nexus and contemplates impossible goals: reversing biotransference, recovering stolen souls, redemption for leading his people into damnation. These remain distant dreams, perhaps forever unreachable. But they are dreams nonetheless. The only purpose that gives meaning to an existence hollowed out by 60 million years of soulless immortality. The Silent King has returned. The Necrons are awake, and the galaxy will learn what it means to face beings who sacrificed everything for power and now seek to reclaim what they lost, whatever the cost, whatever must be destroyed, whatever alliances must be forged with enemies who should be nothing more than prey. The awakening continues. The Tyranid hive fleets enter the galaxy in force during the opening years of the 42nd millennium, their vast organic vessels emerging from the intergalactic void in numbers that dwarf all previous encounters. Hive Fleet Leviathan approaches from below the galactic plane, a tendril so massive it threatens multiple Imperial sectors simultaneously. Hive Fleet Kraken splits into countless sub-fleets, probing for weaknesses in galactic defenses. And behind them, barely visible in the darkness beyond the rim, more fleets wait, their numbers suggesting that what has arrived represents merely the vanguard of an invasion force beyond comprehension. For Szarekh, observing these movements from the pariah nexus, the arrival confirms his worst projections. The Tyranids are not merely a species seeking new feeding grounds. They are an extinction event, given biological form, a process rather than a civilization, consumption refined to its absolute essence. They possess no culture to corrupt, no leaders to negotiate with, no strategic objectives beyond the total biomass absorption of everything they encounter. They are the ultimate expression of biological life, hunger without limit, growth without purpose, existence defined entirely by continuation of existence. And they represent the greatest threat to the Necron's long-term survival. Not because Tyranids can harm soulless machines directly, they cannot, but because they consume the organic life the Necrons desperately need to preserve. Every world the Tyranids strip to bedrock is one fewer potential source of biological vessels for biotransference reversal. Every species they absorb into their biomass is genetic information lost forever. If the Tyranids consume the galaxy completely, the Necrons will inherit a lifeless wasteland where their greatest hope for reclaiming their souls has been devoured by an enemy they cannot truly fight. The Necrons possess weapons that devastate biological matter. Gauss flares disassembled Tyranid organisms at the molecular level. Particle weapons reduce bioforms to their constituent atoms. Doomsday cannons fire blasts that sterilize entire regions. But these weapons, however effective against individual organisms, cannot address the fundamental problem. The Tyranids outnumber the Necrons by orders of magnitude. For every Tyranid destroyed, 10 more emerge from spawning pools on hive ships. The biofactories produce organisms faster than even deathless warriors can exterminate them. Worse, the Tyranids evolve. Their hive fleets adapt to threats with terrifying speed, incorporating genetic information from consumed prey, developing counters to previously effective weapons within generations that span mere weeks. The Necrons face enemies whose biological flexibility matches Necron technological superiority, organisms that can be purpose-bred to overcome specific defenses. It is a war of adaptation versus engineering, and biological evolution operates on timeframes even faster than Necron repair and modification cycles. Szarekh's response to the Tyranid invasion operates on multiple levels. Tactically, he coordinates Necron dynasties to defend key worlds that contain significant biological populations or strategic resources. The pariah nexus's Blackstone arrays prove partially effective against Tyranids, as the warp suppression interferes with the hive mind's coordination mechanisms, forcing Tyranid organisms to operate with reduced efficiency. But the Tyranids compensate by deploying larger numbers and more autonomous organisms that require less direct synaptic control. Strategically, he attempts to direct Tyranid fleets toward less essential targets, using gravitational manipulation and psychic lures to guide hive ships away from regions where organic populations most need protection. The Necrons discover that Tyranids are drawn to psychically active populations. The hive mind perceives psychers as particularly rich feeding opportunities. By establishing false psychic signatures using captured technology, the Necrons can misdirect Tyranid forces toward prepared killing grounds where orbital defenses and massed Necron forces can inflict maximum casualties. But the most controversial aspect of Szarekh's strategy involves cooperation with younger races, particularly the Imperium. The Blood Angels campaign on Gehenna established precedent. Now Szarekh expands that precedent into something approaching doctrine. When Tyranid fleets threaten imperial worlds, Necron forces sometimes appear to assist in defense, not through formal alliance but through shared tactical interest. The cooperation is limited, strictly circumstantial, and always temporary, but it establishes a pattern that horrifies hardliners in both the Imperium and among Necron dynasties. One such collaboration occurs in the Cryptus system, where Hive Fleet Leviathan masses forces for a major assault. The Imperium deploys a significant fleet, including several Space Marine chapters. The Necrons maintain a tomb world in the system, one whose dynasty has not yet achieved full awakening. Sarekh's Triarch Praetorians approach the Imperial commanders with a proposal: coordinated defense, specific engagement protocols, information sharing about Tyranid movements. The Imperial response is divided between those who see practical necessity and those who view any cooperation with Xenos as heretical. The Battle of Cryptus demonstrates both the potential and limitations of Necron Imperial cooperation. Where forces coordinate effectively, they inflict devastating casualties on Tyranid swarms. Space Marine Devastator squads provide covering fire for advancing Necron phalanxes. Necron orbital weapons destroy hive ships that Imperial vessels damaged but could not finish. The Tyranids, facing coordinated resistance from two technological species, suffer losses that force them to withdraw from several contested worlds. But cooperation breaks down in critical moments. Imperial forces refuse to follow Necron tactical guidance that would place human soldiers in positions the Necrons consider optimal, but humans view as suicidal. Necron forces withdraw to protect their tomb world when tactical logic suggests they should press attacks on Tyranid positions. Neither side fully trusts the other. Neither side can fully rely on the other's commitment. When the battle concludes with partial Tyranid retreat, both Imperium and Necrons claim victory, while privately acknowledging that better coordination could have achieved complete extermination of the Tyranid presence. Szarekh recognizes that these alliances cannot be sustained long-term. The gap between soulless machines and biological beings proves too fundamental. The Necrons cannot comprehend why biological species make decisions based on emotion rather than pure logic. The younger races cannot comprehend beings that lack any emotional framework for decision-making at all. Every cooperation succeeds through pragmatic calculation that dissolves the moment immediate threat passes. More troubling are the responses from other Necron dynasties. Many overlords and pharaohs view cooperation with younger races as degrading, beneath the dignity of the galaxy's rightful rulers. The Maynarch dynasty especially condemns Szarekh's strategy, arguing that if biological populations are needed for biotransference research, they should be enslaved rather than allied with, harvested like resources, rather than treated as having agency. This philosophical divide threatens to fracture the fragile unity Szarekh has achieved. The destroyer cult seizes on anti-cooperation sentiment, spreading propaganda that any alliance with biological beings betrays the Necrons' fundamental nature. They argue that the Necrons exist as beings of pure logic and technology, superior to flesh forms precisely because they transcend biological limitations. Seeking to reverse biotransference to reclaim souls and organic bodies represents backsliding into weakness. The destroyers advocate for embracing soullessness, making it a philosophy rather than a curse, using mechanical immortality to become something beyond biological existence. rather than attempting to return to it. This ideological conflict plays out across awakening tomb worlds. Some dynasties align with Szarekh's vision of reversing biotransference and reclaiming lost humanity. Others embrace the destroyer philosophy of transcending biology entirely. Still others simply pursue power for its own sake, viewing both positions as irrelevant to the immediate goal of conquest. The Necrons are fragmenting ideologically even as they wake physically, their lack of souls making it impossible to unify around shared emotional experience or moral philosophy. In one particularly tragic incident, the Toholk dynasty emerges from stasis to discover that their tomb world has been colonized by humans during the long sleep. Rather than exterminate the population, the dynasty's pharaoh, still damaged from stasis, but rational enough for complex thought, attempts to establish communication. He believes that if the Necrons can coexist with biological species on shared worlds, it might provide the proximity needed for biotransference research while also preserving the organic populations required for eventual reversal. The experiment fails catastrophically. The human colonists, terrified by metal skeletons emerging from beneath their settlements, respond with violence. The Necrons, attempting to restrain rather than exterminate, suffer losses they did not anticipate. Communication proves impossible. Within days, the situation devolves into warfare neither side wanted. The pharaoh, witnessing his attempt at coexistence result in slaughter, withdraws his forces in confusion and despair. The incident becomes propaganda for those who argue that biological and mechanical life forms cannot share space peacefully. Szarekh hears of the Toholk incident and recognizes it as symptom of deeper problems. The Necrons lack the capacity for empathy that would allow genuine coexistence. They can calculate that preserving biological populations serves their long-term interest, but they cannot feel why those populations deserve preservation beyond utility. To biological beings, this makes the Necrons seem monstrous. To the Necrons, the biological being's emotional decision-making seems incomprehensible and irrational. The two modes of consciousness cannot bridge their fundamental incompatibility. Yet the Tyranid threat continues to escalate, forcing choices about priorities. Hive Fleet, Leviathan's main tendril, penetrates deep into Imperial space, consuming worlds faster than either the Imperium or Necrons can respond. Hive Fleet Kraken subfleets probe every vector, seeking weaknesses in galactic defenses. And in the void beyond the rim, the next wave of Hive Fleets prepares to enter the galaxy, numbers suggesting that what has arrived so far represents perhaps 10% of the total Tyranid biomass approaching. Szarekh calculates projections that become increasingly dire. At current consumption rates, the Tyranids will sterilize significant portions of the galaxy within millennia. Not fast in biological terms, but blindingly fast for beings who measure time in millions of years. The window for preserving enough biological diversity to eventually reverse biotransference is closing. The Necrons must act decisively, must unite effectively, must somehow overcome both their internal divisions and their inability to form genuine alliances with the species they need to protect. He issues proclamations through the Triarch Praetorians, attempting to convince other dynasties of the urgency. Some listen, more ignore him. A few actively oppose his strategy, preferring to let the Tyranids and Imperium destroy each other while the Necrons wait to claim the ruins. The fractious nature of his people, The very characteristic that drove the Necrontyr to seek biotransference in hopes of achieving unity reasserts itself with every dynasty that wakes. They are machines, but they remain Necrontyr in thought patterns. They are deathless, but they carry the same flaws that doomed them when they possessed flesh. In the Pariah Nexus, Szarekh stands on the dais of dominion and contemplates the galaxy's fate. The Tyranids advance, the Imperium fights desperately, chaos grows stronger, the Necrons wake into confusion and conflict, and somewhere in this catastrophic situation, he must find a path that preserves enough organic life to maintain hope of redemption, while also defending his people from threats on every side. It seems impossible. It probably is impossible. But impossibility has never stopped the Necrons before. They achieved the impossible when they defeated the Old Ones. They accomplished the impossible when they shattered the Citan. Perhaps they can achieve the impossible once more. But this time, the goal is not conquest or revenge. It is survival. And beyond survival, the faintest hope of reclaiming what was lost 60 million years ago, when desperate beings made a bargain with star gods and discovered that immortality without souls is the cruelest prison ever conceived. The Tyranid shadow falls across the galaxy. The Silent King watches it come, and somewhere in the darkness, he searches still for a path to redemption, knowing that path may not exist, but unable to stop searching, because searching is all that remains when you have lost everything else. In the depths of the Szarekh dynasty's flagship, in chambers sealed against observation even by other Necrons, Illuminor Xeras conducts his endless research. The cryptech who designed biotransference millions of years ago continues the work he began when he was still Necrontyr, where once he sought to transfer consciousness from dying flesh into imperishable metal. Now he seeks the reverse, returning mechanical consciousness to biological substrate. It is perhaps the most difficult challenge any scientist has ever attempted, reversing a process that was deliberately designed to be irreversible. Xeras has resources the galaxy's other species can barely imagine. Stasis chambers containing biological specimens from 1,000 worlds, organisms kept in perfect preservation for experimentation. Technologies that can manipulate matter at the quantum level, reshape DNA more precisely than evolution ever managed, and 60 million years of accumulated research, theories tested and refined across geological timeframes, failed experiments analyzed until failure revealed its own kind of success. But for all his resources, for all his brilliance, Xeras has not found the answer. He can create biological bodies. He has mastered cloning to degrees that make imperial genitors look like children playing with building blocks. He can grow flesh to precise specifications, crafting organisms that should theoretically be capable of housing Necron consciousness. But the transfer itself remains impossible. Something essential is missing, something he lacks the capacity to understand because he no longer possesses the very thing he seeks to restore, the soul, that immaterial essence the Citan consumed during biotransference. Consciousness can be transferred from biology to technology. Xeras proved that millions of years ago. But consciousness without soul cannot be transferred from technology back to biology. The flesh forms he creates can live, but when Necron consciousness transfers into them, the bodies die immediately. Not from physical trauma, they simply stop functioning, as if some essential animating principle is missing. that allows consciousness to properly integrate with biological substrate. Szarekh hypothesizes that souls act as an interface layer between consciousness and biology, a necessary component that allows mind to properly control flesh. The Necrons retained their consciousness but lost their souls during biotransference. Without souls, their consciousness cannot reconnect with biological forms, no matter how perfect those forms might be. It is like attempting to install software on hardware missing critical components. The code is perfect, the hardware is perfect, but the connection cannot form. This research has driven Szarekh to the edge of what might be called madness if machines could go mad. He pursues the work with obsessive intensity, testing theories, failing, refining, testing again. He dissects the souls of biological specimens, attempting to understand how they function, how they interface with consciousness, whether artificial souls might be constructed. The experiments are horrific by any biological standard, torture elevated to science. But Szarekh lacks the emotional capacity to recognize horror for what it is. He simply pursues knowledge, indifferent to suffering because suffering is an emotional state he cannot experience. Szarekh visits Szarekh's laboratories periodically, seeking progress reports, hoping for breakthroughs that never come. The two discuss research in technical terms that would be meaningless to biological beings, abstract considerations of consciousness and soul, as if these were simply engineering problems requiring sufficient analysis. But beneath the technical discussion, Szarekh understands what Szarekh will never say directly. The problem may be unsolvable. They may be trapped as machines forever, their quest for biological restoration doomed by the very transformation they seek to reverse. Yet Szarekh cannot abandon hope. Without hope of reversing biotransference, without the goal of eventually reclaiming what the C'tan stole, the Necron's existence becomes meaningless. They would be immortal prisoners in metal shells, surviving without purpose, existing without the capacity to find meaning in existence. Some Necrons, the destroyers especially, embrace this meaninglessness, make a philosophy of purposeless, eternal existence. But Szarekh cannot. If existence has no possibility of redemption, then the Necrons are simply mistakes given deathless form, errors that cannot be corrected, slowly degrading across deep time until nothing of value remains. In the Pariah Nexus, other Necrons pursue different research directions. Some cryptechs investigate whether organic species might be modified to better accept Necron consciousness, genetic engineering that would create vessels specifically designed for transfer. Others explore whether Necron consciousness might be modified to better interface with biology, adjusting the mechanical minds to function more like biological ones. A few mad geniuses even hypothesize that souls might be harvested from living beings and somehow installed in Necrons, though no one has yet determined a method for capturing immaterial essence without destroying it. These research programs exist in secret, hidden from younger races who would be horrified to learn that the Necrons view them as potential vessels. But word leaks nonetheless. Rumors spread through the Imperium of Xenos, experiments on human captives, disappearances in regions where Necron activity has been reported, recovered bodies showing signs of modification that serve no obvious purpose. The Inquisition investigates, drawing conclusions that are partially correct and therefore more terrifying than complete ignorance. The Necrons are not simply conquerors. They want something from biological species, something that cannot be taken through conventional warfare. The Eldari, with their long memories and connection to the warp, understand the Necrons' goal more completely than humans. They remember the war in heaven, retain cultural memory of the biotransference, know that the Necrons were once biological beings before their transformation. Farseers perceive the Silent King's desperation in the skein of fate, see him searching for solutions across countless timelines, failing in all of them. The Eldari could perhaps offer insights into souls and consciousness that might aid Necron research, but they choose not to. The Necrons destroyed the Old Ones, the Eldari's creators. That debt can never be repaid, certainly not with assistance toward the Necrons' restoration. Tryzin the Infinite, an overlord whose obsession focuses on collecting and preserving historical artifacts, approaches the problem from a different angle. He has spent millions of years gathering specimens, biological beings kept in stasis fields, preserved in the exact moment of their capture. His collection includes examples from species long extinct, biological information that exists nowhere else in the galaxy. Tryzin believes that somewhere in his collection might be the key to understanding biotransference reversal, perhaps a species whose connection to souls is different enough to provide new research directions. But Tryzin's methods create problems of their own. His collection grows through kidnapping, entire populations sometimes disappearing into his galleries. The younger races view him as the worst kind of predator, a being that steals living creatures to display them like trophies. They don't understand that Tryzin sees himself as preserving biological diversity against the day when Necrons might need genetic templates for restoration. To him, the collection is an archive. To his victims, it is abduction into eternal imprisonment. The ethical dimensions of these activities concern some Necrons, particularly those who retain enough autonomy to engage in philosophical thought. If the Necrons must harm or enslave biological beings to achieve their restoration, does that make the restoration worthwhile? If reclaiming their souls requires destroying others' lives, are souls worth the cost? These questions have no easy answers, especially for beings who lack the emotional framework to properly evaluate ethical considerations. The Necrons can recognize logically that certain actions are wrong, but they cannot feel why those actions are wrong in ways that would moderate behavior. Szarekh wrestles with these questions more than most. He led his people into biotransference. He presided over the consumption of Necrontyr souls. He ordered the sleep that was supposed to give them time to find restoration, but has instead left them as scattered, damaged forces, facing enemies on every side. If he cannot find a path to redemption, then his entire existence as Silent King has been a chain of failures leading to extinction. The weight of that responsibility drives him forward even when hope seems absent. He considers alternatives to full biotransference reversal. Perhaps the Necrons could achieve partial restoration, creating hybrid forms that combine biological and mechanical components. Perhaps they could transfer select Necrons into biological vessels while others remain mechanical, preserving the dynasty through dual-natured existence. Perhaps they could even forge a permanent alliance with a biological species, achieving symbiosis rather than restoration, finding purpose through protecting biological life rather than reclaiming it directly. But each alternative feels like surrender. The Necrons did not endure 60 million years of dreamless sleep, did not sacrifice their souls and suffer endless mechanical existence just to settle for half measures and compromise. They deserve full restoration. They have earned the right to reclaim what the Citan stole. And if the universe denies them that restoration, if no path exists to recovering their souls, then Szarekh will make a path where none existed, will break reality itself if necessary to achieve what should be achievable. This determination drives him to consider increasingly desperate measures. The Eldari possess knowledge of souls through their psychic traditions. Perhaps that knowledge could be acquired through force rather than cooperation. The Imperium's psychers channel warp energy in ways that suggest deep understanding of immaterial mechanics. Perhaps some of them could be persuaded or compelled to assist Necron research. Even chaos, anathema, though it is to everything the Necrons represent, possesses understanding of souls and their manipulation that might prove useful if extracted carefully. Each possibility leads to consequences that even Sarekh's diminished emotional capacity recognizes as catastrophic. Attacking the Eldari for their knowledge would turn them into permanent enemies when they might instead be neutral observers. Kidnapping Imperial psychers for research would unite the Imperium against the Necrons more effectively than any military defeat, and dealing with chaos in any capacity risks corruption on scales the Necrons cannot predict or control. Every path forward seems to lead toward outcomes that leave the Necrons worse off than before. In the deepest chambers of his flagship, Szarekh sometimes accesses memories from before biotransference. He can recall what it felt like to be Necrontyr, to possess emotions in their full intensity, to experience sensations that made life meaningful beyond mere existence. The memories are perfect. Necron consciousness retains every detail, but they are disconnected from emotional context. He remembers loving his mate, but he cannot feel that love anymore. He remembers fear before battle, but the sensation is just data now. He remembers the joy of scientific breakthrough, but that joy is only words describing something he no longer experiences. These memory reviews serve as reminders of what has been lost. They reinforce his determination to find restoration, but they also deepen the tragedy. The more clearly he remembers what he was, the more obvious becomes the gulf between that being and what he has become. He is not merely different from the Necrontyr who entered biotransference. He is diminished, hollowed out, a sophisticated machine that can perfectly recall what it felt like to be alive while being incapable of feeling alive in the present. And this is true for all Necrons who retained enough consciousness to engage in self-reflection. They are ghosts haunting their own mechanical bodies, memories without the emotional substrate that made those memories meaningful. They possess existence without truly experiencing it, awareness without the capacity to find genuine satisfaction in anything. The cost of immortality has been immortality itself, not death, but the inability to truly live, despite living forever. Szarekh stands on the dais of Dominion, looking out at the Pariah Nexus, at the galaxy beyond, at the countless stars that once represented hope when he was young and dying of radiation poisoning. He remembers believing that immortality would give him time to achieve something meaningful, that escaping the curse of short life would allow the Necrontyr to fulfill their potential. Instead, immortality has revealed itself as the greatest curse imaginable, existing forever without the capacity to find meaning in existence, living without truly being alive, remembering joy but never experiencing it. This is the price of immortality, existence that diminishes with each passing millennium, awareness without purpose, consciousness without content. The galaxy turns, The Tyranids advance, the younger races fight their wars, and the Necrons wake into a universe that has no place for them, seeking something they can barely remember and may never reclaim. The Silent King searches for redemption, knowing that redemption may be impossible for genocidal machines who sacrifice their souls for power they cannot enjoy. But still he searches, because searching is all that remains when you have lost everything else, when existence itself has become a prison from which there is no escape but also no death. Only an eternity of diminishment stretching ahead into darkness that offers neither mercy nor conclusion. The awakening continues. The price remains unpaid, and the question that haunts every Necron who still thinks clearly enough to ask, was survival worth this cost? Would oblivion have been kinder than immortality without souls? The answer changes nothing. The choice was made 60 million years ago. All that remains is living with consequences that may extend forever, an existence that is simultaneously deathless and somehow worse than death. The triumph of immortality revealed as the ultimate defeat of everything that makes existence worth having. The galaxy burns in the early years of the 42nd millennium. The Great Rift tears reality, dividing the Imperium into Imperium Nihilus and Imperium Sanctus. The Tyranid hive fleets continue their inexorable consumption, each world lost representing billions of deaths and incalculable biomass absorbed. Chaos spills from the warp in unprecedented quantities, demon incursions becoming routine rather than catastrophic exceptions. The Orks wage war across countless sectors, their endless enthusiasm for violence finding infinite outlets. And the Necrons continue their awakening, tomb after tomb rising to reclaim a galaxy that has forgotten them. Szarekh observes these conflicts from the pariah nexus with something that approaches satisfaction. The galaxy is chaos, but chaos creates opportunities. In the confusion, Necron forces can operate with reduced interference. Tomb worlds wake without immediately facing overwhelming opposition. Dynasties can consolidate, power, rebuild forces, prepare for the campaigns to come. The Necrons are not ready to truly reclaim galactic dominance, but they are closer than they have been since entering their long sleep. The Silent King's strategy evolves with changing circumstances. He no longer attempts direct confrontation with the Imperium when such confrontation serves no purpose. Instead, he focuses on consolidating Necron power in regions where the Imperium cannot effectively respond, building strength for future conflicts. He continues trying to unite the awakening dynasties with limited success, accepting that perfect unity may be impossible, but working towards sufficient cooperation to face existential threats. His relationship with other factions becomes more complex with each passing year. The grudging cooperation with the Blood Angels on Gehenna was not unique. Similar circumstances repeat across the galaxy. Situations where Tyranid or Chaos threats force temporary alliances between species who would otherwise be enemies. These alliances never last longer than immediate necessity demands, but they establish precedent. The younger races are learning that the Necrons, whatever else they might be, share at least one interest: preventing the galaxy's complete destruction by forces that serve neither biological nor mechanical life. Robert Gilliman returned to Terra and assuming leadership of the Imperium, understands the strategic implications. In private councils, he discusses the Necrons with advisors who struggle to comprehend beings that predate human evolution. Gilliman recognizes that the Necrons represent both threat and potential asset. They cannot be trusted. They cannot be properly allied with. But they can be manipulated through shared interests, pointed toward common enemies, used as tools when circumstances warrant. This calculation mirrors Sharekh's own strategic considerations. The Silent King views the younger races as resources to be preserved rather than enemies to be destroyed, populations that might eventually provide vessels for biotransference reversal. But he also recognizes their immediate military value. Let the Imperium and Chaos destroy each other. Let the Tyranids consume both. The Necrons will intervene when strategic advantage dictates, but otherwise they will observe, wait, conserve strength for the long game that spans millennia rather than decades. Some Necron dynasties reject this strategy entirely. The Maynarch dynasty continues its campaign of absolute extermination against all biological life, viewing Szarekh's approach as weakness. The Nectist dynasty remains paranoid and isolated, attacking any forces that approach their territory, regardless of species or intent. The Destroyer cult spreads its nihilistic philosophy, converting more Necrons to the belief that existence itself lacks meaning and should therefore be extended through the destruction of everything else. The fractious nature of the Necrons remains their greatest weakness, the same characteristic that doomed the Necrontyr, now threatening the Necrons. But there are successes amid the failures. The Szarekh dynasty under Imhotep's leadership demonstrates what unified Necron forces can achieve, conquering systems with mechanical precision, establishing Necron dominance over territories they will not easily relinquish. The Nephric dynasty masters dimensional phasing technologies, allowing them to appear and disappear from real space at will, striking targets without warning and vanishing before retaliation. The Novuk dynasty wages war with such ferocity that even Orks respect them, two warrior cultures recognizing each other even across the gulf between biology and machinery. Anrakir the Traveler continues his mission of waking tomb worlds, his fleet appearing wherever Necron distress signals indicate stasis failures or external threats. He becomes a legend among the awakening dynasties, a figure who represents what the Necrons could be if they prioritize mutual aid over rivalry. But Anrakir's successes are limited. Many tombs he reaches have already suffered irreparable damage. Others wake to discover their world so thoroughly colonized by younger races that reclamation seems impossible. The awakening is incomplete, chaotic, producing as many problems as solutions. Trazyn the Infinite continues expanding his collection, his galleries now containing specimens from every major species in the galaxy. His most recent acquisition is a living saint of the Adepta Sororitas, captured in mid-battle and preserved in temporal stasis. The Imperium desperately wants her returned. Trazyn refuses, viewing her as an essential piece of his collection, irreplaceable historical significance. The standoff illustrates the gulf between Necron and human values. What the Imperium sees as kidnapping, Trazyn sees as preservation. What they view as a person, he categorizes as an artifact. Neither perspective can understand the other. Illuminor Xeras continues his research in secret, his experiments growing more desperate with each passing century. He has begun investigating whether chaos itself might offer insights into soul mechanics, a dangerous line of inquiry that risks corruption even for soulless machines. Some chaos artifacts appear to contain captured souls or emotional energies that might be studied, but accessing such artifacts means dealing with forces anathema to everything Necron. Ceres proceeds anyway, driven by scientific curiosity, untempered by moral considerations he cannot experience. The Tyranid threat continues escalating. Hive Fleet Leviathan's main tendril penetrates deeper into the galaxy, consuming worlds at rates the Necrons cannot match or counter. But Szarekh notes something interesting in the consumption patterns. The Tyranids are not simply devouring everything. They are being selective about certain genetic lineages, preserving some biological information while discarding others. This suggests intelligence behind the consumption, strategic thinking that goes beyond simple hunger. If the Tyranids possess intelligence, they might be manipulated. If they can be manipulated, they might be directed away from regions the Necrons need preserved. This observation leads Szarekh to attempt something unprecedented. Through carefully arranged circumstances involving captured Tyranid organisms and modified Necron broadcasting technology, he attempts to communicate with the hive mind itself. Not through conventional language. The Tyranids possess nothing resembling speech, but through patterns of energy and genetic information the hive mind might interpret as meaningful. He offers a proposal that seems insane to any who understand it. Cooperation between Necrons and Tyranids against chaos and the forces of the warp. The proposal's logic, from the Necrons' perspective, is straightforward. Both Necrons and Tyranids exist as primarily material entities with limited connection to the warp. Both are threatened by chaos's expansion, which corrupts material reality and makes it unsuitable for purely material beings. If the Necrons help the Tyranids consume biological populations in ways that starve chaos while preserving genetic diversity for Necron research, both species benefit. The Tyranids get biomass. The Necrons get preserved genetic material. Chaos loses its primary fuel source, psychically active biological populations that feed the warp. The proposal receives no clear response. The hive mind, if it even comprehends the attempt at communication, does not acknowledge it in ways Necron technology can detect. The Tyranids continue consuming according to their own imperatives, indifferent to or unaware of the alliance Szarekh offers. But the attempt itself demonstrates how desperate the Silent King has become, how far he is willing to go to preserve any path toward redemption. He will ally with humanity's greatest extinction threat if such alliance serves Necron long-term interests. News of this attempted communication leaks to the Imperium through Mechanicus monitoring of Necron transmissions. The reaction is immediate and horrified. The Necrons are attempting to cooperate with Tyranids. The galaxy's two greatest Xenos threats might form alliance. The strategic implications are catastrophic. Gilliman personally reviews the intelligence, calculating what it would mean if Necrons and Tyranids actually coordinated their actions. The conclusion: probable extinction of biological life in the galaxy within millennia, perhaps centuries. The Imperium must prevent this alliance at any cost. But Sarekh's attempt also reveals something to the Imperium's more thoughtful strategists. The Necrons are desperate. They are pursuing alliances that should be unthinkable, taking risks no confident species would accept. Whatever the Necrons truly want, whatever goal drives them, they are not achieving it. This desperation might be exploitable. If the Imperium can determine what the Necrons seek, perhaps they can deny it, or offer it in exchange for concessions, or use it to drive wedges between Necron dynasties. The game becomes more complex with each revelation. In the Pariah Nexus, Szarekh receives reports of another awakening event. The tomb world of Talos, deep in what was once Necrontyr space, has begun its reanimation sequence. Initial scans suggest the tomb survived stasis, largely intact, minimal damage, systems functional. This is significant because the Talos tomb holds members of the royal court from before biotransference, Necrons who retain memories of flesh existence with particular clarity. If anyone possesses insights into reversing biotransference, it would be those who remember most clearly what they lost. Szarekh travels to Talos personally, the first time he has left the Pariah Nexus since consolidating it. His sepulchre ship, surrounded by escort vessels, makes the journey through space contested by Imperium, Chaos, and Orks. The travel time allows reflection on how far the Necrons have come since awakening and how far they still must go. They have established presence in the galaxy again. They have demonstrated their technological superiority. They have reminded the younger races that beings older and more powerful than humanity once ruled these stars. But they remain divided, damaged, pursuing goals that recede further with each failed attempt to achieve them. On Talos, the awakening proceeds smoothly. Millions of Necrons emerge from stasis with minimal corruption. The dynasties' hierarchy reasserts itself naturally, overlords taking command of warriors, cryptechs beginning system assessments, and in the deepest chamber the royal court wakes, nobles who once advised the Triarch before biotransference, beings whose consciousness remains more intact than almost any other Necrons. Szarekh addresses them directly, revealing his identity, explaining the 60 million years that have passed since they entered sleep. He asks them about their memories of organic existence, whether any insights into reversal might exist in their perfect recall of biological sensation. The court members respond with varying degrees of coherence. Some remember clearly, describing biological existence in detail that would be meaningless to those who never experienced it. Others find their memories corrupted by the vast time span, organic experiences blurred into mechanical approximations. A few have gone mad from the disconnect between remembered sensation and current inability to experience sensation, their consciousness fragmenting under the weight of irreconcilable states. One court member, an advisor named Akneth, who specialized in astronomical philosophy before biotransference, offers an observation that strikes Szarekh with particular force. She suggests that the Necrons' quest to reverse biotransference might be fundamentally flawed. Not because reversal is impossible, though it might be, but because even if they recovered biological forms and souls, they would not truly be returning to what they were. The beings who entered biotransference died 60 million years ago. What emerges from potential reversal would be new entities wearing their memories, perhaps related to the originals, but not actually them. This philosophical consideration troubles Szarekh in ways he struggles to articulate. If Akneth is correct, if true restoration is impossible, even with perfect biotransference reversal, then what is the point? Are they pursuing resurrection or just creating pale imitations of lost beings? Is the quest for redemption actually achievable, or merely an endless deferred hope that sustains beings who have no other purpose for existing? He has no answers. Neither does Akneth. Neither, perhaps, does anyone. The questions exist in spaces where mechanical consciousness cannot fully operate, requiring emotional frameworks the Necrons no longer possess to properly evaluate. They can ask whether redemption is possible, but they cannot feel why redemption matters. And without that feeling, the questions remain abstract, intellectual exercises rather than existential imperatives. But abstract or not, the questions drive behavior. The Necrons continue waking. They continue consolidating power. They continue researching biotransference reversal, even as the research yields diminishing returns. And Szarekh continues his role as Silent King, uniting what can be united, guiding what can be guided, preserving what can be preserved, all in service of goals that might be impossible, but cannot be abandoned because abandonment would leave nothing in their place. The galaxy spins on. The younger races wage their wars. The Tyranids consume. Chaos corrupts. And beneath it all, in forgotten tombs and sealed crypts, in the cold mathematics of Necron consciousness, the ancient question persists. Was survival worth the cost? Did immortality justify the sacrifice of souls? Can beings who have lost everything meaningful ever truly reclaim what they lost? Or are they condemned to eternal pursuit of goals that recede like mirages, forever distant, forever unreachable? The awakening continues. The march is eternal. And the answer, if answer exists, remains hidden in futures the Necrons cannot see, buried beneath layers of time and consequence, waiting for resolution that may never come. The Tomb Kings have risen. They have reclaimed their place among the stars. But what they have reclaimed is existence without meaning, immortality without purpose, awareness without the capacity to truly experience awareness. This is the price of transcendence. This is the cost of victory. This is what it means to be Necron, to survive forever while slowly forgetting what survival was supposed to preserve. The Silent King stands on the dais of dominion and looks toward the galactic core, toward the light of 1 trillion stars burning in the darkness, and remembers what it felt like to hope when hope meant something more than abstract calculation. He remembers believing that immortality would grant time to achieve something meaningful. He remembers the certainty that biotransference would save his people rather than doom them. He remembers being wrong. And in the memory of that error, in the perfect recall of the moment, everything went irreversibly catastrophic. He finds what might be called resolution, if machines could resolve. The Necrons will continue. They will unite, or they will fracture. They will achieve biotransference reversal, or they will fail. They will reclaim their souls, or they will exist forever without them. But either way, they will endure, because endurance is all that remains when you have sacrificed everything else for survival. They are the deathless. They are the eternal. They are the Necrons. And their march continues, unchanging and inexorable, through darkness that offers neither hope nor despair, only existence stretching ahead into infinity that somehow feels less like victory and more like the longest, slowest death ever conceived. The awakening is complete. The price is paid. The eternal march continues. And 60 million years from now, perhaps other beings will look at the Necrons and wonder what desperate circumstances drove them to choose immortality over life, existence over meaning, survival at any cost, even when that cost consumed everything survival was supposed to preserve. But those beings will not be Necrons, because the Necrons, for all their technological mastery and deathless forms, will be exactly what they are now. Ghosts in machines, memories without emotional content, consciousness without souls, existing forever without truly living at all. This is their fate. This is their curse. This is what it means to be immortal and soulless in a galaxy that favors neither quality. The Tomb Kings have risen, and in rising, they have discovered that some tombs are not physical structures, but conditions of existence itself. Prisons that cannot be escaped because they are built from the very nature of being. Cells constructed from immortality that was supposed to grant freedom, but instead created captivity more absolute than any biological death could achieve. The awakening continues. The march is eternal. And somewhere in the darkness between stars, in the cold mathematics that have replaced emotion, in the perfect recall that preserves everything except the capacity to truly care about preservation, the Necrons continue their impossible quest, seeking souls they will never find, pursuing redemption they may never achieve, existing forever in hope that existence might someday mean something more than mere continuation, deathless and damned, immortal and empty. The Tomb Kings, risen at last, discovering that the tomb was never the sleeping chambers beneath the worlds, but the metal shells they wear, the consciousness they retain, the immortality they achieved at costs they could not comprehend until after payment became irreversible and eternal.